Great. Well, the AI for Good, as you know, started in 2017. We had our first edition here at the CICG, and then it has been growing year over year until COVID came. Then we moved online. Then we created a community of about 27,000 people online in our neural network. And last year we came back in person, and this is the second edition post-COVID that is in person. And yesterday we hit the first problem of overcapacity. So the building was fully occupied with 3,200 people. The Swiss ambassador was telling us this is the first time it happened in his tenure here in Geneva. We had people lining up all the way to the post office. So we're looking forward to managing the attendance today. But wanted to start with that. My name is Bilel Jamoussi. I'm the deputy to the director of Standardization Bureau here in the ITU. We are responsible for this AI for Good Summit on behalf of the ITU and 40 United Nations partners, co-convened by Switzerland. And really, the AI for Good is all of us. And today's topic is critical for all policymakers around the world. We had an AI governance day on Wednesday. We had 45 ministers, 25 regulators of telecom, 100 private sector, academia, research institutes, and civil society talking about how to govern AI, generative AI, general AI. And of course, the topic of deepfakes was top of mind, especially for politicians who are running for elections this year. Many have been targeted with deepfakes. We are very happy to have you here today. We have a lineup of amazing speakers and standards organizations that have been working in this field for a number of years. C2PA, for example, and others, ISO, IEC, ITU, IETF, JPEG, all colleagues around the world who have been working to tackle this problem. And there are many good technical solutions. The only problem is that the policymakers are not aware of what we have. So the idea of today's workshop is that we look at what we have, what's missing, and how can we move forward as a coordinated effort to ensure that our standards and the technology available is standardized, it's published, it's available, and policymakers are aware of it so that when they want to regulate deepfakes, they have the instruments to do that. So that's in a nutshell the opening. I'm really glad to have everyone here. Looking forward to an exciting day. We are drafting a communique that we will share with the speakers to see if you agree with the content to really go forward. Because after we have the workshop, and then what? I think it's important that we communicate on what we have done and what's the next step. What's our path forward? Our chair has a draft of the communique. We'll be circulating it to the speakers to ensure that you're happy with the content. And based on what we talk about today, we'll ensure that the communique clearly and accurately reflects our common understanding and our common agreement. With that, thank you very much, and I'll pass it to the chair.
Let me see if I can open this one. Perfect. Thank you, Bilel. It's always difficult to come after you, and welcome everyone. This is a critical discussion, and particularly I'm honored to have such a distinct set of attendees. I've spoken with some of you this morning already. We're looking forward to meet the rest during the course of the day, and our esteemed set of speakers that have been at the forefront of this technological revolution, from deepfake to the general realm of generative AI. Before we delve into the let's see if it works. It doesn't. Maybe this one. Our operator will support us. It was working a few minutes ago. Okay, perfect. We want to have a very interactive session. So, nope, we leave it like that, it doesn't matter. So generative AI stands as a testament of human ingenuity and technological progress. I am a researcher by training, and I have never been so excited to be in a field that is growing so fast. It brings a sense of excitement for the future, for technological progress, for creativity, productivity, and innovation. It's revolutionizing so many different industries, and it has the potential to benefit humanity, and that's why we are here today at the AI for Good. And however, despite the promising prospect of generative AI, the rapid evolution of this technology has outpaced our ability to implement safeguard, leaving consumer vulnerable to the new form of deception of this technology. So yes.
You mean to deepfake, because I hear nothing, which is the best protection against deepfake. But am I the only one who has that pains hearing? And by the way, AI has invented subtitles which cost nothing and which are never given to the user.
So I will turn this off and move to the. Hello, do you hear me better? Oh, technology is helping us, and it's not even generative technology. So apparently, so I wanted to show you just some example to demonstrate how good this technology has become. And for us humans, sometimes it's difficult to spot what's AI generated versus what's real. I had a few examples over there. But through our session, we will engage with world leaders to comprehend the risk associated with deepfake. We will explore technology, standard, and framework, and most important, our social responsibilities. Yes, we have the few examples over here. Thank you, Vijay. You're always better than any technology we can invent. So I'll show you very quickly a couple of examples. So thank you, Sam, if you can progress. Can you spot which is the one which is AI generated between those two? One or two? First one, help me with a raise of your hand. Let's do left or right. Left or right is the real one. I see many left. I see many left. Very good, very good. The right is the one coming from our photographer. Let's see the next example, Sam. So left or right, which is the AI generated one, left or right? Some people say right, 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 few left, few left, few left. The right one is the right, again, is the human generated content. And last example, very quickly, Sam, one more click. Fantastic, I love those two. Which one is the real one, left or right? Please show me your hand. Here we are really half and half, half and half. And our panel, what are they saying? Both AI generated. So now let's talk with our expert. And let's move to our first panel. I'm honored to be welcome from Sam Gregory, Director of Witness, Nick Thompson, CEO of The Atlantic. He had an amazing interview yesterday on stage. Oh my God. And Robbie Raskin, founder of Virtual Event Group. Helena Leurent, Director General, Consumer International, welcome with us today. And Tobias, legal counselor, copyright, legal division, copyright and creative industry sector, World Intellectual Property organization. So I'd like to start with each of you to just give 3 minutes of your opening remark and let us understand through your lenses, how do you see deepfake and the progress of this technology? Sam, do we want to start with you?
Thank you, Alessandra, and really good to be here with such a distinguished group. I'm Sam Gregory. I'm the executive director of a human rights and journalism network called Witness. We are very focused on how you trust the real and protect against fakery, particularly in high interest journalism and human rights contexts. And that meant that 7 years ago, we started the first global civil society initiative focused on how to prepare, not panic around deepfakes and generative AI. And our work is very broad, and I'm going to draw on that. It involves both direct work with networks of journalists and frontline civil society, election officials on detection now about what's actually happening, as well as protecting the real, as well as engaging with initiatives like the C2PA and policy initiatives. We look at both ends of the spectrum, trying to think, how do we protect some core values around human rights, privacy, freedom of expression, access, non-discrimination, as well as protect the real, which we believe is essential in our society. Let me share some of what we're seeing in the landscape context. So, you know, I often say that broadly speaking right now, we're seeing deepfakes to attack, to deny, to deceive, to communicate, a very important communicative use, to ridicule, right, in satirical usages, and to resurrect, right, to bring back from the dead. And that we are seeing this in ways that are both positive and negative. Like, I think it's really important to see in many contexts globally that people are using these in ways that expand communicative potential, to translate, to speak across languages, to communicate, but also in very deceptive ways. Now, I say prepare, don't panic, because we're also not seeing this at scale globally in a way that I think is impactful yet in significant ways on political context, but it is deeply impactful on women and their participation in the public sphere because of non-consensual sexual images, which are the original sin of deepfakes and still a huge problem and a growing problem. Now, a couple of the things that we're seeing that are real gaps in the context that is happening now. So over the last year and a half, we've run a rapid response mechanism that helps people escalate examples of real deepfakes, but also claims that things are deepfaked. And one of the big gaps that we see globally is that the frontline journalists, the people we would depend on to explain to our publics what is happening, as well as frontline government officials, do not have access to the tools to do detection, to explain that detection, and to persuade skeptical publics. So they have neither the authenticity infrastructure, the types of disclosure infrastructure that we're talking this afternoon, and they would like to see that as long as it protects privacy, freedom of expression, and access. And they would like to have access to detection because they are facing skeptical publics who are worried about what is happening in the world around them. So we have these underlying fault lines around detection, around transparency, around media, that probably aren't going to bite us too hard this year. I'm not so worried about the elections this year. I'm deeply worried about what we do to prepare for 2025, 2026, 2027.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Thompson. I'm CEO of The Atlantic. I think I would agree with prepare, don't panic, though maybe shifting a little bit more towards the panic side, but I'll stay with you on prepare. Delighted we're having this. I think this is one of the existential questions of our time. It's one of the existential questions for media. I think there is a real risk that the internet becomes just something where you can't trust. You can't trust the provenance of what you see. You can't trust the reality of what you see. You don't know if the person you're in a fight with on Reddit is a human or a bot. And that is going to be a very difficult world for democracy to function. It is going to be a very difficult world for the press to function. So how you stop that, how you prepare it, how you do better, there's clearly a whole chain. And every step along the chain, you can think of it as a chain, you can think of it as tributaries coming down to a river, but there's the very top, how these models are constructed. They're the tools that create the images or create the bots. They're the platforms on which they appear. There's the media that helps to amplify it. They're the people who can either be educated or not. And you can change structurally at each level. I feel like one of the most interesting changes would be to try to change the underlying algorithms of the social media and distribution platforms, which has been a quest of mine for, it's been an unfulfilled and unsuccessful quest of mine for much of my adult life, but I still hold out hopes that at times the platform's algorithms will be changed in such ways to build trust and to build understanding, as opposed to getting people into ever deeper filter bubbles where you're more likely to believe something that isn't true because you are surrounded with people who agree with that. The particular focus I have right now, as anybody who saw that interview I did yesterday with Altman, is on trying to get the people who construct the large language models to be very, very attentive to the question of whether they are making it easier or harder for their systems to impersonate humans. This is why I suggested in that interview that there should be a policy at OpenAI that no bot that they create should be able to use the first person singular. They should not be able to say I. They should not type like a human. You should do everything possible when there's a voice that sounds like a human, maybe make it more robotic, maybe have a beep before it. Who knows? I did like his answer that they'd called it ChatGPT to make it less human sounding. But I think this is hugely important. I think it's very much underappreciated. I think there are a lot of incentives to do it the other way, because the more human you make it, the more uptake you'll get, the more money you'll make. And so pushing back against that, I think, is one of the really important challenges we have. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Very delighted to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us, the World Intellectual Property Organization. You may not know us. We're just across the road, a sister UN agency of the ITU. And of course, we bring the copyright perspective. And I would like to spend my 3 minutes of this introductory remarks talking about the particular challenges that we see when copyright meets generative AI. And we can look at two different areas. On the one hand, we can look at the content that AI creates. But of course, on the other hand, we could look at the content that AI uses to create its own content. So the pre-existing works that enjoy copyright protection. And of course, if we come to the conclusion that there may be infringement of these pre-existing works, then we would also need to look for solutions that would allow the copyright owners to license the use of such works. So looking more at the AI-generated content side, I think here we really need a bit of a distinction. We have content that is generated without any human intervention, and it's pretty clear that this would not qualify as a copyright protectable work, just because we don't have the originality that it needs for a work to be copyright protected, because in most of the jurisdictions around the world, this originality really flows from the author's personality. So if there's no personality, there can't be a copyright works. But of course, there are also AI-assisted works where the author uses AI models to create, and then yes, the resulting work could be copyright protected. And of course, the devil really is in the detail, because there are different shades of automation, and it's really a case-by-case analysis that we need here. Now, I think the more interesting question perhaps is whether generative AI infringes copyright. And this is really the question that's at the heart of these lawsuits that we saw. There's the New York Times that went against OpenAI in the US, and there's Getty Images that brought a claim against Stability AI in the UK. And I think here we have to distinguish between the input side, so the use of copyright protected works in training AI models, and the output side. Does AI generated content infringe copyright? And on the first one, the input side, I think it is fairly undisputed that if you use copyright protected materials to train AI models, you perform an act that needs to be authorized by the right holder. There's a question whether or not then there is an exception. So in the US, we have fair use. In the EU, we have different systems. Maybe we have time to talk about that a bit later. So the jury really is still out, and we're waiting on the verdicts in these two landmark cases. And on the output side is an image that AI generates, perhaps infringing a pre-existing image. Here, really, it depends on the comparison between these two. Is there substantial similarity? Because not all copying is prohibited by copyright, but there really needs to be substantial similarity. So this is sort of the context in which, from the creative industry, we look at generative AI, and in which we really need to find solutions also at the technical level. And I hope we can talk about that a little bit later. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? We're good? Wonderful. So good morning. Thank you so much for joining. I'm Helena Leurent. I run an organization called Consumers International. We're a federation of organizations, 200 consumer associations around the world in 100 countries, and each of them representing and fighting for the rights of us as consumers. We are not just consumers, of course, but we define consumers as the economic reality of us as people. So part of our rights in the marketplace, and we think the marketplace should be fair and safe and sustainable, right? The problem is, as you look at what's happening across finance or food or energy, the marketplace is already opaque and untransparent. If we ask, we've got 65 of our members working in low and middle income countries on digital finance, and they will say, the biggest issues right now is it is already untransparent. As a consumer, you are dealing with all sorts of problems from hidden fees. And, let's face it, one of the SDGs is that we get remittance costs down from the levels they already are at 6%. About 187 million is lost in remittances just because of hidden fees. So that's where we are now. And then on top of that, you have the boring humdrum world of scams even before we get to deepfakes, right? So right now, 2018, typically the average scam would be about $400 per year in the US. It's now at 3,000 on average. The total cost of scams, the financial losses per year are $1 trillion. $1 trillion. That is 1% of GDP. Now, that is only the stuff that's reported. How many of you have got scammed or been approached by a scammer and haven't bothered to report it, right? Only 1 in 10 ever get redress from that. So opaque, scams, and now we look at a future where you've got digital public infrastructure being spread out across countries. That's great. You need to bank the unbanked, but no consumer protection put in place in parallel, right? And then we've got deepfakes that could replicate your voice. It's not just pictures, right? It's your voice calling in and then unlocking your. Now, that's painting the dark picture. We're very, we're excited about technology. We're excited about what that needs to do to get us to a sustainable marketplace. I want to see the business model where we know a month ahead of time that there's going to be a flood and we can get the finances to the person who's going to be affected ahead of time, rather than them having to fight for redress and insurance and goodness knows what afterwards, okay? In the shocks of the future, we need to be protecting people up front. But that, in our view, that is going to take a much bigger effort from making sure the regulations are in place. 40% of countries don't have any rules or regulations to do with online marketplaces to protect consumers at all. So how do we get that sort of playing field in place? How do we get the prevention rules in place? How do we get detection? And how do we get redress in place? And so part of the work we're doing is, if we just say it's about informing people, you have millions of people who are dealing with a continued cost of living crisis. They are trying to work out how they pay for food and energy, and you expect them to understand now how to detect a deepfake. It's not going to happen. So that's the sort of, I've been asked to give the sort of view from the consumer perspective of what could happen and what we need to build for. And I hope that gives the sense of urgency and where we see this every day as we help people going into over-indebtedness. Thank you.
I'll try this. Hi, I am not a deep fake. I am Robin Raskin. Right now I run something called the Virtual Events Group, but I've had a long history of starting magazines, running events, and actually my earliest history is kind of instructive to this conversation. So I was the first woman editor and early editor of PC Magazine. And our job, Bill Gates was writing DOS, Wozniak and Jobs were building a computer in their basement and garage. And our job was to create a publication you could trust and review products based on standards that you could disseminate to the world. And we did it really well. And then the internet happened and everybody became an expert reviewing products, and sort of all our hard work was, first of all, not financially sustainable anymore, but kind of for naught. And I'll give you two other historical things that may instruct this conversation. Antivirus software. Everybody remembers the Norton Kaspersky, the Avast. You had a virus, they came in and cured it. The virus was gone, the next one came. In America, we have whack-a-mole. We called it like the whack-a-mole game. You could never win this game with technology, fighting technology, good guys and bad guys. I also worked with the US Congress on child pornography. The same thing, could technology help detect child porn, and not even deep fakes at that point, just, and the answer was not well, and as soon as you squashed one episode, the next one would show up. So if I had to say what my point is in 3 words, 4 words, there is no silver bullet that you are going to find to solve this problem. But I hope as we go through this discussion, and I just want to give you, I actually did a presentation. There's a QR code and you could take it home, but I see a bunch of things that we can rely on. One is observation. Alexandra showed us our observation's not so good, but you can sort of see it fake. Deep fake detectors. There are more of these coming out like every day. The KGAR score for deep fake detectors is going off the charts. They look at everything from your blood flow under the skin to detect realness and liveness. Watermarking, we know as soon as there's an embedded digital watermark, it is faked and called out. Countries, you see them doing some regulation. I think, Nicholas, you're a big believer in self-regulation. And there are organizations that you'll hear from, like Adobe's, I'm going to call it their abbreviation, C2PA, the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, doing a great job of getting the industry to agree on some standards. So you're not going to see one winner, but you're going to see these things come together to give us a fighting chance against deep fakes. Thanks. You want to?
No, I think there's the handheld here. Should be maybe better.
Oh, perfect, perfect. I want to introduce Harry. When I was at Bell Labs, he arrived and illuminated us being an artist in residence, a unique person, a genius in what he do, and a really special vocal capabilities. So Harry Yeff, Chief Curator, AIVI at ITU. It's an honor to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies for my lateness. There was ambassador's address. I was not sleeping. So some sessions run over. So sandwiched in here, I bring a slightly different narrative. If I'm doing my job properly as director, our studio is really interested in the most intimate relationships with generative in terms of human-machine partnerships. And yes, we do focus on the arts, but I argue that if we take a step away from the concept of art as a paintbrush and a beret, and we think of a creative practice, our definition is the ability to create value in unknowns. This is the true essence of a creative process. And art for art's sake, I'm a huge fan of, but we are really fascinated by the artists out there that over the last few years have been years ahead of not just use cases within tech, like the literal technology, but having the philosophical approach to embody, work with, be opposed by, collaborate, and be mentored by Gen AI. And when you observe those use cases, I think what you see are small clues. And these clues have already been present in game theory, which is a very tired narrative now, but the idea that games like chess have been innovated massively simply because of the augmentation with the insights that these machines can generate. Human beings become better chess players. And I argue that when you look at these human-machine partnerships in the arts, you start to see the emergence of the types of workflows, the types of narratives, the anxieties that are now present in society, but those clues were there several years ago. There's a secondary purpose for observing the arts in Gen AI because, especially when we talk about deepfakes, the technology is not new. But if we actually think about how did the general public discover deepfakes, and it tends to come from misuse and artists. It's actually the experimental playfulness with this tech, which does not create the technology, but it's where a lot of that first wave of global awareness comes in. So if we continue that thinking in terms of finding stories, finding those unique human-machine partnerships, you start to arrive at a problem, which is that sort of iterative process of people being 3 or 4 years behind what's actually happening. The key narratives that are pushed out, as we all know, tend to be from what is seen from the creators of the technology as the right time for the consumers to kind of integrate the products that are being made. But if we think about human beings, if we think about society, I think the limit of awareness of data management comes from simply dismissing cookies on a web browser. The kind of standards for general society and understanding how data is driving LLMs, driving Gen AI, and having ownership over that is definitely several years behind what it should be. So the amazing panel here are absolutely discussing the technicalities of the tech itself and the systems and from consumers. And you made the fair point that, like, I think there's an idealism in thinking education is going to make like a major difference. But it definitely is interesting just to look or at least speculate on what are those new stories, what are those methods to help people not wait 2 or 3 years to understand this tech en masse. And the only other point that I'd make is I'm a strong believer, if we can't sort of change the water, then we have to change the pipes. And what I mean by that is the systems of distribution of media, you're starting to see really fascinating cases of Gen Alpha and Gen Z. You see in comment sections where there is actually more discussion and awareness of what is AI and what is not. Not that they are always right, which is impossible, but you're starting to see this emergence of questioning. And I think systems like blockchain, tokenization of distribution, where you know for an absolute fact, maybe if the content can be questionable, but the distribution pipeline is immutable, it's undeniable. There are other sort of ways for society to become ready for new methods of distribution, which doesn't solve the Gen AI watermarking and identification problem. But I think society is speeding up with their capacity to integrate more lateral, interesting, exciting ideas in this space. And I'm extremely biased, but I argue this is because of the waves of artistic and unique stories that enter the zeitgeist that just slowly ready the minds of society. And my job is to find those stories.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's start with a round of questions, but I really want, oh, here we go. We already have question. So panelists, if we give maybe the voice to our audience, even before we get started, I would like to hear a couple of you, and then we'll run some question on some point that we really want to share.
Thank you very much. My name is Dino Dell'Accio. I'm the Chief Information Officer of the United Nations Pension Fund. And I just wanted to share and pose a question that really resonated throughout everything the panelists said, which I think it was both implicit and explicit. It's about the issue of assurance. Who can we trust and who should we trust? So if you allow me, just very briefly, I want to share my experience in order to make my case. In 2021, I implemented a digital identity solution for the United Nations Pension Fund that has a unique problem. We have 84,000 retirees and beneficiaries that live in 192 countries. In its 75 history of its existence, the pension fund was always questioned by the General Assembly. How can you prove that there is no fraud? because we are unable to go in each one of these 192 countries and conduct what is called a death audit to make sure someone is alive. So we did this through a paper form, mail through 192 postal services, asked them to sign it and return it back. So I designed and implemented a solution based on biometrics, AI, and blockchain in order to create that immutable record. However, I've been with the United Nations 25 years. Before becoming a CIO, I was chief IT auditor. One of my biggest issue, the moment that I went live, is how can I go in front of my 193 representative at the General Assembly and say, this solution is trustworthy, this solution is credible. So as a former ISO auditor, I faced the challenge that I had to do 4 audits of 4 different aspects of the solution in order to provide some sort of assurance. One on the AI, one on the biometric, the presentation attacks, one on the blockchain, and one on the security infrastructure. So my question to you and probably to the next panel, which I believe is more represented as standardization organization, is how can we look at an approach which is actually holistic, that it doesn't try to address only one slice of the technology. I appreciate we are dealing with emerging technologies, and the fact that also as a derivation of this, we are dealing with emerging standards. There is not yet a mature corpus of norms, best practices, criteria to enable this assurance product. So the question is, how can we look beyond the single facets of this issue and also look holistically at the end-to-end process? Thank you.
That's a really good question. I don't know if anyone in our panel, between our panelists, want to answer this question, but as you mentioned, this may be well-posed question to our expert from the standardization unit. You have addressed a very important problem, and maybe there gotta be some intermediate solution that can provide that insurance instead of pushing the ownership of demonstrating what's true and what's not true to consumer, as we said before, or to entity that just need to create a valid proof of what's going on. But I think we will tackle this question maybe not holistically yet, but across different points and different sector and different aspect through the day. So I really hope we can address you along our day. So one other quick question here.
Thank you. I have a short question. Thank you for the introductions. I wonder, usually the problem is framed as how to detect a deepfake. Why don't we sign every original content with a cryptographic key in the image? It's way easier to protect an original photograph, let's say, against tampering, because the mark or whatever key doesn't have to survive in a tampering, because there's a desired property of, losing that as tampering happens, rather than signing deepfaked images or AI generated content. It seems flipping that and signing the original content and having that as a distinct marker would be a better solution. Thank you.
I think it's an amazing point, and is core and center in the C2PA. So we'll have expert today. We have already Leonardo and a few other that are exactly arguing along those sides. So the content credential is this emerging standard that is discussing how to sign content, both original content, and companies like Sony and Canon already provide this ability to certify the content as you are taking the content in the real life, and also generative AI. So from both sides, so you as a user, you can recognize both the original one signed from the artist that is creating the content, and also generative tools should bring their certification along with their creation.
I'll do what I can with what I heard. So if I put online a picture of Donald Trump flying like Superman, it's not a dangerous deep fake, because it can either be considered art or a joke. But if I say, like, for instance, ITU and CERN, we invented the web, which is half truth and half lie, it is much more difficult, because it will influence the whole world picture of the whole mankind for generation. And I think, you know, there was a time when it's printed in the Times was like Bible. Now, if you take the collection of the time, and if you take the whole BBC program, etc., you will see that there are even maybe more unconscious deepfakes, it's bias, ideological, than in any tabloid. So how do you cope with that? Aren't the real dangerous deepfake the one which we cannot fight because they are a matter of ideological bias, and the deepfakes you are worried about are just jokes everybody except you laughs about?
This is an amazing question, and I'll pass straight to the CEO of the Atlantic.
First off, you may be overestimating the political capabilities in my country to think that we would not believe the image of Donald Trump in the Cape flying, but I'll leave that where it is. I love the idea that we need to provide authenticity up the chain, right? So the camera should have a mark that symbols this was taken with this particular camera, and there are privacy issues involved, but you can sort through though. I actually like the idea of sort of a two-factor authentication for image verification, where you have the authenticity embedded, and you may even have a tiny QR code that then leads you to a website, and then you can go to the website. I think this is particularly important for videos, and you go to the website and you'll see the video in that place too. So you'll see a video on social media that is of consequence, and then there'll be a little QR code, and it will take you to the media website or wherever it is. And therefore, you've kind of increased the burden of putting on a fake QR code or fake authenticity tags, and you've shifted the burden of verification onto a website, which is simpler than an image in social media. So I believe actually that idea is very good, and we should even do a little bit more.
Except that ChatGPT will obviate the need to ever visit a website. So, you know, but to your question, it's more than just about politics. Kids have a new way of bullying each other, and that is to create a deep fake of a naked person with their boyfriend and send it out to the school, or send something about their principal or their doctor or their parents. It's to call and pretend to be a kid that needs money and sound so convincing to their own parent because of voice deep fakes that the parent sends money. So it's more than just a joke or a game or a test of your knowledge. This is really hurting normal citizens' lives in a really deep way. And I do think, to the other question, the blockchain, we may have finally found a reasonable use for it, that because but digital watermarking in general is kind of easily thwarted now. You know, you put a digital code in that and people know how to go and manipulate that code pretty easily now. So it's a part of the solution, but not the whole solution.
No, I think it's interesting just to identify the difference between like previous challenges of image creation, because making images is not a new thing. People have been able to depict situations for a long time. The real difference, as we said, is the ability to very realistically imitate the identity of a true individual. And I think what most people I think globally, but I'll represent the arts and creatively, are looking for is transparency and this keyword consent, like systems of consent to be able to contribute. And obviously we are discussing this, the challenges of unconsensual representation and the unknowingness of a real image or not. There's an interesting use case from two artists, one called Holly Herndon, another one called Matt Dryhurst, where they actually created an opt-in or opt-out system for not just artists, but individuals with data sets. So this kind of connects some of the questions, but having individuals being able to apply metadata and encryption to the media that they have, whether it's audio or visuals. And it was fascinating because this opens up new systems of consensually leaning into the tech for generative purposes. So you have 1,000 artists that have these encrypted bits of data that are contributed, and when their images or contributions are used, you're able to actually earn from this. So it's almost like a higher dimensional streaming, right? So the flip side of that, which brings it back round, is you can also opt out with that methodology. So when people are consensually adding to an encrypted system, yes, there's security risks, and there's always going to be, this is the issue with this whole space. But it's really interesting to see advancements of communities of individuals consensually contributing to encrypted data sets. And they are either earning from that because they believe in the tech, or they're deciding, do you know what? I can actually now see if something is misused, and I'm able to opt out of that system. But the main thing is, with that sort of distribution, they have a choice. And that's what's interesting. Whether you're up or down, it's the system giving a choice to users. And there's always going to be edge cases, there's huge challenges, but I'm interested in at least the speculative or true world examples where people are interacting with this tech with options instead of something being sort of unconsensually applied to them.
Alessandra, can I add something which maybe
Yes.
binds together a couple of the questions, which is, I think, you know, to the question from you, sir, I think we have to think very carefully about what the building blocks are and how they interrelate. So to take a really good example, in your case, you need immutable identity that you can reliably trust. In media production, you need mutable content that you can reliably trust. So immutability is not actually the point in most media creation, it's mutability. It's the ability to adapt it and to change it, but maybe to understand how that happened. So I think we need to think about kind of the sort of the building blocks and how we put them together for different use scenarios. And then to the question around from the gentleman here, I think often we overfocus on content over context. And context is extremely important when you're talking about photorealistic and audio realistic content, right? So knowing whether something is satirical or not often depends on knowing the context of whether it was intended to make fun of someone, right? You can create a photorealistic, audio realistic piece of content that is satirical, but if you lose the context, it's understood as disinformation. So we have to really think in this emerging age about context as incredibly important to travel with content. Alongside, to Harry's thing, I think consent and disclosure are incredibly important. How do you bind context, consent, and disclosure together around content, but not necessarily identity? And that's where I worry when we think about identity tied to content, lots of privacy implications, lots of implications for freedom of speech when we look at that in a range of use cases.
Right, so go through that trade-off more. Explain a trade-off that most people in the room here would agree with, but that you think is bad.
So a trade-off, and I don't know that everyone in the room would agree with it, and I think that's actually the point, is that I think it's easy to default to a sense that when we look at media creation, and in a moment where we're worried about who could be creating this media that deceives us in ways that we can't spot, that we say, well, we should know who made it, and that will help us determine it, when in fact, knowing how it was made, in what context, and how it was distributed, may be what we can get to if we want to respect freedom of expression and privacy as well. Again, trade-offs that we need to manage. Yeah.
And Sam, if I can stay just one more minute with you, because this discussion really tied back to the rapid response mechanism for deepfake detection that you're running, and which are the key challenges that you're seeing there in the detection space.
Yeah, and I know we're going to have a really robust conversation on detection, which I'm really excited about in the next session. I'm going to talk about it much more from the practical point of view and say, so we've been running this mechanism in which journalists and fact checkers and civil society in many of the countries that have been facing elections this year can escalate an example of a deepfake or a claimed deepfake. And I say that very carefully because about half the examples are real footage where someone is trying to dismiss it. And that is a huge problem, is the ability to dismiss the real and say, prove it's real by saying it's AI generated and relying on public panic. So they escalate it to a team of media forensics experts from academia and commercial settings. And the things we're seeing there are very worrying because there's not a huge scale of AI generated media actually happening in the political context, again, to make that distinction from non-consensual sexual images and CSAM. But even with the volume at the moment, you have a problem that analysis can take time. It requires often testing with multiple methods. Those don't necessarily give you 100% confidence, as we'll talk about obviously in the next session. And often they require interpretation by the person who has to explain it to the public, the election official, the journalist, the community leader, and they don't know how to do that. And so often or not, the narrative is like, these people don't know what's happening. Why should we believe it? How do we make that judgment? So it's a very worrying sign when we've got this minimal volume versus, say, a factor of X, factor of 5, factor of 10, factor of 100. And that triage will be incredibly hard. So I worry about triage, and we're seeing that already in these examples, that, as I say, are about half people claiming something's AI and it's real, and about half real examples of audio, video, or photo imagery.
Exactly. So I have, Helena, you wanted to jump in?
Sure, I can just one thing on how we learn and how people are able to detect this. Because we're a consumer group, we get pulled into conversations about all sorts of consumer topics, right? So if I was in a different conference, people would be saying, everyone needs to learn how to recognize labels on plastic bottles so that we can recycle more. If I was in a food conference, they'd be saying, everyone needs to learn how to cook local food for healthier, nutritious, sustainable diets. If we were in an energy conference, it would be and on and on and on. I think one of the things to bear in mind is that we are at a time in history where we need to move fast to a very different type of marketplace. And so putting the burden on us as individuals to learn might be different to other times in history. I think that's a really important question. Therefore, how do we put those systems in place so that it is not the individual who bears the burden of learning, as well as probably the cost of a lot of this? So that's part one. I really enjoyed your experience of having to sort of be audited about different technologies. There's something at the other end for us about how are consumer outcomes measured. There's very little about, we measure whether you have access to the internet or access to banking, but not what it does to us. Does it actually achieve its goals at the end of the day? And that could be something that's very interesting to look at, so that we're sort of, does this all work? Is it meaningful in the end? Does it help me gain financial well-being? I think that could be really valuable. And then just the third thought is, your work, awesome organizations around the world are looking into this and trying to interrogate what happens. There is perhaps an over-dependence on that being a factor of a system that works. For us, we can't even see what is going on. We have no ability to uncover and shine a light and make some of these systems transparent. So really making sure that we factor in how transparency that I think you spoke about, Nicholas, as well, behind the scenes, what is going on, how that product is made, how that service is made, force or push organizations to make that more transparent so that we can interrogate it for the outcomes we're looking at.
Robin.
And I'll give you one other thought that's completely different, and that's that we here, all of us are talking about deepfakes pejoratively, like it's a bad thing. If you look at Hollywood and the recording industry, they're actually starting to look at deepfakes as though it was a good thing. If I'm Tom Hanks and I have my provenance and I own my digital identity, I can be in a commercial, I can be in a movie, I can be a cartoon character, and I can be compensated for that work. So if you start to think about deepfakes having a very negative connotation, there are times when you will actually be able to monetize. And it'll start with celebrities, but it will trickle down.
I love the point, and actually the point can be also brought not only in the visual and in the audio and voice space, but is also can be brought how this technology can help us to better navigate the ability to consume and discuss about topics of the day. So if I can go to Nick for a moment, and we know that deepfake and misinformation are threatening our society and possibly undermining the trust citizen place in information. But I know that you are very interested in tools and solutions that can get people together and to help us to discuss different opinion with more an open-minded approach. And how do you see these new technologies playing a role in a world where from one side we cannot trust, but on the other side we have never had as much need of platform that help us to understand and to see the landscape with broader perspectives?
Right. There we go. Well, thank you. That is a question I care a lot about, and it gets back to, try to change the water, try to change the pipes. So I spent a lot of time in the last year and a half trying to construct the architecture of a social network that would lead people to understand each other more and have real human-to-human conversations. And so I worked with a friend of mine on this, and the idea was, can you change the way people are onboarded? So they enter the platform with a different frame of reference of what the conversation is for. Can you sort the conversations based on the amount of information that people are getting from them? Can you rank them based on somebody had their mind changed? Can you figure out ways that, for example, two people who disagree on a serious issue, like say abortion, can begin a conversation by talking about something they have in common, like being fans of the Dallas Mavericks, right? And so figure out conversational structures and architecture so that people can understand each other more and expand their circles of trust. Begin to meet people outside their filter bubbles and outside their usual circles. What I viewed from most of the social platforms that I use, I think this is most a problem on Twitter, but it's a problem everywhere, is that they tend to lead you in the opposite direction, right? They tend to lead towards hostility. I happen to use LinkedIn much more than the other platforms, principally for this reason. Because people are tied to their professional identity, the conversations are much saner, much more informative. There's much less sort of blind hostility. And so I pursued this project in part because I felt like it would help make democracy work better, but I also think it's important for authenticity. If you look at where circles of mistrust form around information, it's often because of these pipes and these social platforms. And so you could construct a different one. I think you end up solving some of these problems. Now, the thing I built, we ended up selling it into Project Liberty, which is a blockchain-based, company aimed at creating conversations for good. We did not, as you may have noticed, we did not replace Meta. I'm sorry to say. But I think this is one of the projects for our time. And I think it's a project for individual entrepreneurs. I think someone will get this right in a way that my colleague and I, working other jobs at the same time, we're not able to do. I hope that the people inside of the large platforms, care deeply about this and change this. And I think there are a lot of tools along the way, as well as designs. A lot of it is visual, a lot of it is in all the different layers of the construct. So I care immensely about this, and I hope that in the years to come, we make real progress.
Absolutely, brilliant.
So Nick, new pipes or new incentives?
Well, in a way, okay, good question. So it's both, right? So if Twitter is the pipe, and maybe this is what it is. If you change the incentives, you change the pipes, right? You change the way the plumbing is architected through the city and through the world. And I picked on Twitter a little bit, but I actually think they've done some things right. I think the community notes feature is brilliant, right? So I think that they've done a lot wrong in the fundamental problem in social media is this also gets to the question I was asking Altman yesterday, right? You can fix things upstream and you can fix things downstream. And the issue that question I asked, you want your AI network to be able to tutor you in chemistry, but not make a chemical weapon, right? And they can fix that at the surface level. They can fix that downstream at the moment where you're typing something in. It'd be much better to fix that upstream, as he knows and as he said. Same thing with other social media platforms. You can fix really bad content by putting community notes under it, but the best thing would be to fix the architecture, the plumbing, the incentives, so that you have much less of that as it comes down.
Yeah, brilliant. That's a very good point indeed. And it's also a little bit more difficult from a technical perspective, working on those system and building those systems. We still have many variables that we cannot control. So there are a few questions from the audience that I'm seeing, and I'm coming to you right in a moment. Just a couple of more questions to build on this discussion. Tobias, you have spoken about the different challenges of generative AI and in the context of copyrights. So what expectation do author and artists have in regard with generative AI?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alessandra. I'm relaying what we hear from artists, so I defer to you, Harry, quite a bit. But we do spend a lot of time talking to all stakeholders when it comes to the intersection between AI and copyright. So, for example, just a few weeks ago, we had a one-day information session on the opportunities and challenges of generative AI. And what became clear in that session is that not all artists think that the world will end with generative AI, pretty much along the lines of what we've heard before. There are many who see the immense potential and who appreciate the fact that generative AI actually allows them to express themselves in artistic ways that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So I think that's one important point to bear in mind. And the other thing that I want to mention is that the international copyright system has had many moments in which it was severely disrupted by technology. So I think also there is a very common sense that we will also get to grips with generative AI. However, where all artists and creatives are united is, of course, deepfakes, which is not inherently, I would think, a copyright problem. It's, of course, a deepfake can also be a copyright infringement, but I think the primary, as we've heard right now here, the primary concerns here are about personality rights, in my view. So that's not really of copyright concern, but where they also unite is that they really care about the way in which their works are being used in training AI models. And they want to have the opportunity to refuse the inclusion of their copyright protected works in training data. And this is, of course, linked to the question that I briefly spoke about earlier of whether or not using this type of works in training data is a copyright infringement. And it will hinge, in the US at least, on questions of whether or not it's fair use. The jury is still very much out on that. A lot of IP specialists expect that probably it won't be fair use, because one of the 4 factors when you assess whether an unauthorized use of a copyright protected work is fair is that you need to look at the effect that the use has on the potential market or the value of the work. And here, of course, at least the creatives argue that the effect on the market is potentially devastating, because it could actually be, they feel that there's potential for substitution. Generated content will substitute humanly created content. And then the question is that use then really fair? So as I said, the jury is out there. In the EU, things are going very much along the lines of what Harry mentioned in terms of opt-in, opt-out. There are specific exceptions to copyright, text and data mining exceptions. So text and data mining basically refers to the computational analysis of information that we have on a large scale. And it's allowed under EU law for scientific research. And it's allowed because there is a general sense that this is really beneficial, because if we analyze these large amounts of data, we will be able to gain new knowledge and discover new trends. So it's a good thing. There's also an exception for text and data mining that's general, all text and data mining, but there's an option in the law for copyright holders to opt out of it. Exactly what we've heard before. And it says that the use of these works as training data can be expressly reserved by the right holders in an appropriate manner, such as machine-readable means in the case of content made publicly available online. So I think the use in training data is very important. What's also very important is that if copyright protected works are being used in training data, creatives really want to have some sort of acknowledgement. And there, at least also again on the EU side, I'm mentioning a lot the EU, that's just because they have been quite at the forefront of drafting legal frameworks that deal with these issues. But at least at the EU level, we have the AI Act, and the AI Act has certain transparency requirements that it establishes for AI models. For example, it needs to be publicly disclosed in a sufficiently detailed way what content was used to train AI models. So I think in a nutshell, these are really, but I stand to be corrected by you, Harry. I think these are really the concerns that we hear about at the World Intellectual Property Organization. Thank you.
So thank you, Tobias. I'm here with our audience because we have two questions that I like to address and keep our audience engaged. So the first one.
Hi, hi. My name's Ryan Groves. I run a company that generates music for video games specifically, and there's a couple of interesting use cases that really touch on what you introduced in the music space. First of all, Drake just created a diss track with Tupac's voice, and he released it, and Tupac's estate said, we don't support this at all, and so he had to take it down. But the video is still available pretty much everywhere because he already posted it. So it feels like our legal systems are kind of failing us at the moment, especially with right to publicity. So, you know, like the Tupac estate could have sued Drake, but you know, would they be able to prove damages in that case? It just feels like it's very difficult to prove these things. So it feels like that there's kind of a loophole where if you know, if the damages aren't measurable, then you can't really pursue this. So that doesn't feel like it's helping, you know, it doesn't feel like it's doing its job there. And then on the flip side, there's another example in the music space where Suno, which is a huge company that built their own generative music model, it's very likely that they scraped all copyrighted music and trained on that. And they just raised $125 million, which is one of the biggest funding raises in the history of music tech. And so it feels very much like the investors, and the investors have even said that they know that the labels did not approve of this model, and that they wouldn't have invested if the labels had approved this model. So it feels like on the VC side, they're also running with this sort of move fast and break things, in this case, breaking the law. So how much do we feel that changing the legal framework is going to be able to address these issues in the future? And potentially, are there any specific changes that we can do? Because also, you know, when you look at the EU AI Act, you know, the GDPR kind of ruined the web surfing experience for a lot of people with, you know, having to approve cookies. So are we going to have to like approve AI generated models every time we use them, or, you know, like, is that really going to be a good solution? So thank you.
Anyone from our panelists that want to jump in? Tobias seems, yes, saying exactly.
Let's see. No, maybe I think what you said made me think about is the fact that, of course, all legislatures need to operate in a space where they need to reconcile different interests and needs, right? It's not only the creatives' needs, they also, and particularly in the EU, that was hardly, you know, quite fiercely debated when the AI Act was adopted. I think there's also they recognize the potential that the AI industry has, and the example that you gave with raising the new round of raising money of 125 million. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of money, right? And it would be nice to come to a jurisdiction that perhaps is a bit more lenient when it comes to training data. So it's always these two things that that need to be reconciled, and we've seen it also. I mean, it really feels like we've been there already, right? The example that you gave about the song that is now out there just because it was posted on the internet. Yes, there's discussions that we had 15, 20 years ago about whether posting music online is an infringement, right? And I think in the end, these things regulate themselves. Today, we have, I think, an ecosystem with online music services, streaming services that works relatively well. Most people in countries where streaming services are available at an affordable rate don't bother downloading MP3 tracks anymore. The same with film streaming, but I think it takes time, and we're still quite early, and we're now really closely monitoring how these first tentatives to regulate the area will pan out. So I think it's still an sort of this exploratory phase, and it's unfortunate, yes, that there's a lot of things that people can do right now without really being held accountable for. I agree, but I also don't think that we can, you know, all these attempts to regulate these things from the top also don't really work out usually. So I think there is also some benefit in having the different stakeholders wrestle about the right solution in each country, and then we learn about it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Great. All right. So I obviously.
I don't know whether I can answer.
No, you'll be able to answer. I obviously have I'm CEO of The Atlantic. We have lots of content. The AI companies, they read it all. They didn't pay us. They didn't ask for permission. They probably violated our terms of service. If the content owners win all these lawsuits, all the media companies are going to get a lot more money. So I obviously have a vested interest in this. However, what they would argue, and this is what I want you to respond to, is two things. Well, they would argue one thing, and then the thing they would argue is, we didn't copy it. We just read it, right? All the copies of The Atlantic are available in the library. All the songs are available on Spotify. We didn't copy it. We listened to it. We learned from it. We read it. Now, we read it at high speeds and great volume and at a capacity that a human would not have, but essentially, we just did that. So that is going to be their main argument. And then, what some of the lawyers say to me, at least in the United States, which is the only copyright law I know, why does copyright law exist? It exists to spur innovation. So how do you spur innovation? By giving a lot of money to the media companies and not to these people who are building these futuristic models that, whether you like them or not, are innovative. And so there's a feeling that copyright law as constructed will favor the side that will get me and my company less money. In which case, if we think that is an unjust outcome, isn't the solution some kind of legislation, either in the US or in the world? So that's, I don't know, that's a question about legislation, a question about my interpretation of copyright law.
Yeah, thank you. I think your interpretation of copyright law is pretty spot on. I would probably replace innovation with creativity, but yes, where there, of course, the overall rationale of copyright law is to spur creativity. Now I lost my what I wanted to say actually. Yeah. So this sort of feeling that yes, if these pending lawsuits are being decided in favor of the content owners, it only favors the big media conglomerates. I think that's a correct observation. However, once we have legal clarity on it's not okay to use copyright protected works in training AI models, then other structures will develop, like we have collective rights management for every author in the world and not only the big publishers. And once the legal situation is clear, I think the modalities on how to remunerate even single individual authors, they will follow suit. And there are, of course, being discussed already proposals to introduce not only this opt-out mechanism, but also to couple the exception to copyright with a statutory remuneration right, which then would be administered by collective management organizations, because of course the individual author could not negotiate with the AI model developers. And so there is a lot of experience for these type of problems in different contexts that has been gained in different contexts. So it's really a question now to use that experience and build a solution that works in the generative AI space. I'm not sure that answered your question, but I tried.
No, yes, and just a very quick point. Sometimes it's not either or. It can be a combination. So at Shutterstock, we have a model that we use only copyrighted images from our own artists. We compensate them every time those get used to train a model, and they get compensated every time the model is used to sell an image. There is a royalty mechanism that brings a revenue share back to the artist community. So maybe there are innovative solution that we can also push to the attention of the regulators. We have a couple of more questions here in the audience, and then we'll tackle on some of our final points and conclude this session.
Thank you. My name is Maurice Turner with TikTok. This idea that, we're trying to look at deepfakes almost as a negative, and then to Robin's point that, we can flip it around. I would also suggest that somewhat controversially, from the consumer perspective, it may be that consumers would like the choice to be able to prefer the synthetic content. So they may want to remove the human from the loop entirely. So from that perspective, there may be an opportunity to sort of label organic content, and where the assumption is that we get to a stage very close in the future that the majority of content is assumed to have some element of synthetic. And so you looked at things like the food industry, or agriculture specifically, where you have an organic label, so that there's a high level of confidence that there's minimal amounts of synthetic data. But then you flip that around and you have a synthetic label. And to push the analogy even further, maybe some of those pipes, some of that infrastructure gets rearranged so that there is a way for consumers to express their preference, in the platforms. So if they are using their web browser, that web browser either surfaces or blocks content that is either organic, synthetic, or somewhere in between. And I would also suggest that there is an opportunity to look at other infrastructure preferences, like email. You have the DMARC standard, where email service providers are doing a lot of filtering behind the scenes that users at the end of the pipe never really see how much spam they're getting because it's being blocked, and that's more of a function of the high volume. And then lastly, websites have SSL, so that building of trust can come in so that people know kind of where their content comes from. And I'll wrap this all up with the question, which is, what are your thoughts on actually having that user preference, that consumer preference for synthetic media? And then specifically for the folks that are producing, what are your thoughts on having the artists or the writers being entirely synthetic, and that being a choice by the consumer to want the non-human writer of articles rather than the human writer of articles?
I'll take
Robbie.
Go ahead. First of all, everybody should know TikTok has taken some strong steps to identifying AI generated content, and that's a step one. So my answer to you would be real simple. That step one has to be awareness. People don't even know they're watching a news anchor who's totally synthetic, or being sold something by a totally synthetic shopping person. So first is knowledge, and that comes with transparency. So I'm an author. Every time I write something now, if I've generated the image with DALL-E or Midjourney, or if I've used ChatGPT as a source, I say it. And that we have to get that into our behavior. That's like step one. Then once it's in our behavior to be transparent, then we can start to say, well, I'd like more of this and less of this. Right now, nobody's clue. I mean, I have grandchildren. I say, you're talking to a chatbot, and they say, really? They have no idea. So first comes just transparency. And I don't understand why AI doesn't have to just list Gen AI everything they've trained on. It seems like maybe I'm stupid. And the other thing is, and we'll go back to this at the end, I don't want to dwell on it, but I think it is time to resurrect the conversation that we had in New York City with Andrew Yang about universal basic income. And as we give more of our collective information to artificial intelligence, we have the right to expect some compensation. And so just hold that thought.
Very good, Robin. Is there any other comment of Sam?
I don't want to give Maurice a shout out for unquestionably the most subversive, revolutionary thing that I've heard today, said in such a calm voice. It's a super interesting idea. It's like one of the most controversial things I've heard. And From the perspective of The Atlantic, one data point in Maurice's favor. We read our stories with AI. Now, we say at the beginning this story was read by AI, but it is much faster because you produce a lot of content. And it turns out that the completion rate on the stories read by AI is higher than the completion rate on the stories read by humans. I did not expect that. We did not plan for that. Maybe it won't continue. It could be noise, but that's interesting and suggests that the most perfect AI rendering of a human voice might be more pleasant, certainly than my voice. All that said, I'm still very much on Team Human. I'm very much on the side that we should give preferences for humans. The default assumption should be you label it if it's human or it's not human. And I would hope that that continues to be a very strong preference of users, of readers, of listeners. But what a great question.
Yeah. Sam and Helena.
I think it's really important, and often when we talk about labeling AI, we're coming from the negative frame on deepfakes, and we also have the legacy of what we've experienced around mis and disinformation, where labeling is a negative act. It is an act of telling you to watch out for something. And TikTok's a good example, right? It's full of AI effects, and they're actually pretty clearly visible, right? You can see the architecture. And I think leaning into a different way of thinking about how we explain a non-binary world where there is AI, there is human, they're mixed together, it's a process, and leaning into disclosure and labeling as a creative act rather than a negative act, right? And so I actually think there's a lot of actually artistic potential in explaining creative process using AI, and there's a lot of communicative potential in explaining it, and it happens already in platforms like TikTok, and we shouldn't be shying away from that. I don't know if it's as binary as labeling synthetic and labeling human. I think it's about disclosure as creative act, yeah, and something very easy to do.
Very good. Helena?
Maybe just, so we would be technology agnostic, don't really care, about the methodology, but what we see is that one, people don't like a sense of unfairness. If they see that they've been tricked in some way. So let's take personalized pricing. If people find that people are willing to pay a certain amount, but if they find that their data has been used to give them pricing that's higher than somebody else for a reason, and that's happened behind the scenes, they will feel far more angry. So there's something about the transparency behind it that just increases that trust, part one. And then the second part is that, right now, the way in which the systems are built, we are increasing the risks more than the benefits. You're exacerbating the inequalities in the system in the way it's done now. So could we improve the way that the synthetic comes to you before you start giving that choice as well? Get the system right. So I very much appreciate the point. Absolutely, economic choice, access, yes, yes, yes. It's just what's happening now. The choices that we're being given are not necessarily the right ones, perhaps.
Brilliant. So we are really at the end, and I'm delighted that organically through the question of our audience, we have actually covered some of the main points that we wanted to cover. A couple of more questions and then a round of takeaway points.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your interventions. I'm a legal expert, and maybe my comment or question would be unusual. We need to take a step back. Everything sounds innovative, new, whatever. But for me as a lawyer, I hear fake before I hear AI fakes or deep fakes. There is legal regimes that actually deal with that. We've been dealing with this on many levels, and technology has been changing, and I think legal regimes can adapt, and we have enough. Like, let's say luxury, Chanel, we have thousands of fakes, and then we made sure that the system in commercial, there is enough fairness, so the one who creates the goods have enough money to make it financially better, and everyone have also in the street a Chanel fake, but there is no police behind them telling them that's good or that's right. This is on a national level. I think there is a lot of legal regimes that already can cover 90% of what is happening. And of course, there will be a little bit of technological gaps, but then we will look at them from a proof point of stand, then of re-changing the whole regime itself. And on an international level, which is happening right now, it's more about how we share the cake, how we make sure internationally there's, and this has been always the same legal debate about every new technology, every new thing. We will go to the technicians and tell them, make sure this happens like this and this happens like that. Maybe the debate right there is now more complicated, but I don't think it's really a legal matter itself.
Anyone want to address these, Tobias, maybe from your more copyright act?
No, no, I don't want to. I mean, I sympathize with a lot of the things that you've said. The analogy with the Chanel handbags, I'm not so sure that goes a long way, because the last 10 years I worked at WIPO's Building Respect for IP division, dealing very much with counterfeit products. And despite all the efforts that we have and all the legal regimes that we have, the amount of counterfeit products in the world is actually increasing. So yes, I think we do need to have legal regimes that are able to deal with it, but it's only part of the solution, I think. Sure, of course, yeah. Yeah, okay. Then yeah, okay.
Okay, very good. There are many questions. Maybe just one last question. She was before. I'm so sorry, but you can stay right after we finish to continue the discussion.
Hi, my name is Jules van den Berg. I work for the Dutch National Police, and I'm actually interested in your view on deepfakes when it comes to both, as you previously mentioned, Helena, not so much child pornography, but deepfake pornography, where there's not yet legislation in place to actually pinpoint what crime is being committed, but there are definitely victims there. And secondly, both the generation of fake proof for perhaps either someone didn't commit a crime or someone is being framed for a crime, as well as fake alibis being generated, because this is a problem.
I don't know, Sam, I think you are working on some of those issues with your rapid response mechanism. It's a very important question.
There's obviously a huge scope of legal remedies you can think about around non-consensual sexual imagery. And it probably is the place where we can be most actionable on deepfakes, right? Because we have choices on production, choices on distribution, and choices on promotion. What I mean by that is there are certain tools that are used very dominantly to produce non-consensual sexual images, and they're often hard to trace them, and it could be easier to trace them. There are places where they are distributed. You could have civil and criminal liabilities as appropriate. And at the moment, the easiest way to find a tool either of an individual to nudify someone or to find a given person with a deepfake is to use a Google search. So we have a problem which is around the availability and the discovery of the tools and of the images. So I think you have something there. On the legal side, one of my colleagues recently wrote an article for the ABA journal around deepfakes in the international criminal justice system. You have the same problem that I was describing for journalists and fact finders globally, is there are varying degrees of technical literacy in courts and police and investigatory organizations, and also different rules on how fact finders accept video as evidence and images as evidence. And in some cases, it's very much at the discretion of a fact finder, and that is very problematic when they don't have access to these types of tools. So it really does depend on the judicial system, but also the literacy. The same problem exists in judicial systems in other spaces.
Yeah, very good. So this was a teaser of the day. We will tackle exactly those issues in even more details in the next 3 sessions. We have an expert from industry, from the standardization unit, from coalition around the world to talk about copyright, provenance, authenticity. So please stay with us. But also the purpose of this session is to actually conclude the day with some important takeaways and to bring those takeaways to the Secretary General, Doreen Dogman Martin, and to give her some insight from our expert on how to push forward. So in one sentence, each one of you, what do you want to be the takeaway of the day that will push it forward with the support of ITU and the standardization organization?
So we need standards that are built from the actual experience of what's happening in the world, bottom up from technical and socio-technical expertise, that are going to be applicable and usable in the real world in the range of kind of building blocks that we described, but don't set one standard around expectations around privacy or access. And we'll need to settle for a box of rusty bullets, not one silver bullet. So we should settle for that.
Regulation that sets the proper incentives for authenticity and truth.
Hard to follow up on that one. No, so I don't really have a call for action for the ITU Secretary General. I don't think it's for a sister UN agency to tell them what to do. But no, I really think so. But what I do want to say is it's already great to bring people together, because when we do want to create standards, it really needs to be a bottoms-up approach, I think. And the only thing that I would like to mention today, very much it's on watermarking standards, but we also need to think about standards that make it possible to implement these opt-out solutions across different AI platforms. That's really something. And then we hear from the AI operators that they can't really put in place the transparency because there's no standard that's agreed on. So these are two elements that really also need to be discussed in the near future.
All right, we haven't talked about the deep fake where the consumers fight back. You know, there was an airline chatbot that recently came up with a refund policy. So, you know, I look forward to the time when we can, you know, make up and deep fake the consumer rights that are stronger in the marketplace. I jest. We're asked to come up with, you know, the risks as a starting point. I think a key one would be don't put the burden on the individual, because we have a lot to build, and think of within this people and planet, and how the outcomes of this help us achieve a fair, safe and sustainable marketplace. So that is very much it's not just a standards argument, it's a combination of regulation, standards, enforcement of those, as well as the literacy and learning we all need to do. Thank you.
Yeah, so I love to do my homework. There's a QR code on the screen, and I tried to summarize the different ways that you can begin to outsmart deepfakes. And it's a PowerPoint. I looked at everything from observation through watermarking through detection software and the pros and cons of each. So I hope I spent a lot of time on it, so I hope you'll take it home and look at it.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you to all our amazing panelists for giving us a view of the challenges and the risk of generative AI and deepfake. A teaser of the day, of the discussion today at this workshop. We have had amazing questions. So thank you for being so active, and we'll wait you here after the break in 15 minutes. Thank you. We'll restart at 11.
Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with technical challenges of the day-to-day type. Maybe deepfakes will be a day-to-day technical challenge in the future, but thank you for bearing with us. I'm really glad to open up this next discussion, which builds around the discussion on the landscape, to look at potential collaboration around standardization and detection. Let me quickly introduce the panelists. There's obviously bios on the website, so I'm not going to go into detail, but Professor Peter Eisert, Professor Touradj Ebrahimi, Emma Brown, and Rijal Gupta, Li Wenyu, Chongyun Wu, and Wang Se. Over there. And just to frame our goals for this session, and then we're going to jump into a series of presentations, really exploring this field. We want to look at how deepfake detection technologies are evolving. We want to identify examples of those technologies and explore innovations in that space. And we're going to do that very practically, thinking about how these tools can be used and their accuracy, their applicability, their utility. And in the context of the ITU's efforts, as well as the efforts at a national level and by other standards bodies, to think about helping develop standardization in these areas that can help comply with policy and regulatory approaches that are coming. So I think people had in the first session, and I've encouraged this panel to not focus so much on the landscape, right? We had a conversation in the first session around the volume of synthetic media, a sense of perspectives across artistic to fraud to manipulative and deceptive contexts. And as I highlighted, a lot of this detection is happening in messy, real-world contexts, both commercial, governmental, and journalistic and media. So as we move into the panel, I hope that we'll have a chance to talk about where these technologies are working, their robustness, their generalizability across the proliferation of ways to generate synthetic media and to manipulate media, and how the approaches we're describing here can support meaningful rights-respecting regulatory and legislative approaches going forward. So with that, I'm going to ask the grace of the panel, please try and keep your presentations to 10 minutes. I know that's a bit of a cut. Yeah, if possible, because we're short on time and I know we'll have to close down for the lunch, and I would love to make sure we have time for conversation. So do your best. Thank you. And if I can pass first to Professor Peter Eisert.
Okay, thanks, Sam, for the introduction, and welcome everybody to my presentation about the generation and detection of deepfakes. I'm Peter Eisert from Fraunhofer HHI, which is a research organization in Germany, and we are working on different aspects of deepfake detection, and I would like to share with you my thoughts on this topic. So we've seen in the morning many threads of deepfakes, so I will don't get into those. And there are many tools around, so it's very easy to create deepfake. So we are flooded with deepfakes maybe in the future. So it's a big threat, so we have to do something against that. And in my talk, I will focus a bit on blind deepfake detections. It's just one tool, so we will see others in the next session about watermarking and other detection, but here we stick to blind deepfake detection. And yeah, it's something like that was presented in the morning. So you see an image and you have to say genuine or fake. So, and this is, as we experienced ourselves, a challenging topic. Yeah, since the deficiencies are very small, but there is different kinds of information in the deepfakes still in there that we can exploit for deepfake detection. So for instance, there might be artifacts in there. If you blend different content, there might be different statistics, noise in there, inconsistencies in motion, appearance, and so on. And with that, we can try to extract the differences between real and fake video and then classify that as genuine or fake. And yeah, we heard that also in the morning. It's some kind of a game, a rat race between attackers and defenders, and we have always to keep up and catch up with the attackers. So progress in AI is getting rapidly forward. So we also have to continue with detectors, and we would like to be ahead of the attackers, and this is only possible if we come up with detectors that can generalize also to new content. I will focus here a bit on face deepfakes where identities are faked, and there are different ways on how to fake. And I will shortly jump into deepfake creation because I think this is important for detection. You have to know what to detect, and therefore you also have to look on how they are created. So for face deepfakes, so we have different ways. So for instance, face swaps, you just take an original video and then copy a face of a target identity into that video. So we have different kinds of content with different properties. There might be blending artifacts. These can be avoided if we go into face reenactment, where we just focus on target footage and combine that, change expressions to get a new content. But we don't have a mixture of different materials or different detection properties. Or we can still rely on full image deepfakes, as we see with Stable Diffusion for images or Sora for videos, where we synthesize everything and there are no blending artifacts, no combination, but there might be other problems like temporal inconsistencies. And now with all these broad variations of deepfakes, we can now train our detectors, and there are publicly available databases around. And there we have our first problem. They are often not very broad in their variation. So we can deal with some aspects by clever augmentation, compressing, and all these things in order to get the variation a bit broader. But they also contain still a lot of artifacts. And AI is lazy. So AI, if you have a detector, jumps on the simplest thing to get to the right solution. And if there are artifacts in there, the detectors tend to ignore all the rest, and then we are no longer generalizable. So we also work on creating better quality databases to train our detectors with. Here, just one example for face swapping, here where we use autoencoders and a diffusion upsampler and clever blending in order to create highly realistic deepfake videos. So here you can see on the right a modified video where we replaced identity. And I will show you later how we can improve detectors with such kind of video footage. Also looking at the full image deepfake creation. So we had a lot of artifacts in there in past years, but there's such a tremendous progress there that the quality gets much better. So with Sora, but you see still some temporal artifacts here. On the right, you see an approach from Microsoft that appeared this year, and it's hardly imperceptible, the differences between a real speaking human and a fake video. And all these approaches were 2D, but there are now also 3D approaches coming out. So now coming back to detection, we have all these broad varieties. We have our data sets. We can train AI to detect deepfakes. And here we made a simple experiment. We just trained VGG network on fake and genuine videos and then classified them. And if we train that on publicly available databases, we get very high accuracies, 90% above, which looks very nice. So are we done with that? Not really. So one thing is that these AI-based methods, they are black box system. We cannot interpret their results. It's not transparent. We get thumb up or thumb down. On the other hand, they might not generalize to new content. And here in this case, I can show you it doesn't generalize to more, to better content. So people have looked at different kind of information to get information about whether this could be fake or real video. So one approach is to look into the details. So here, this is an example where you look at the frequency distribution of the video. And if you have GAN-based systems, you can easily spot these repetitive grid-like artifacts, easy to detect even with the naked eye. So this looks good, but if you go to diffusion deepfakes, which are now much more popular, all these artifacts vanish, and it's much more difficult to distinguish real and fake. So there are still differences in distribution of frequency, but it's getting smaller and smaller and more difficult. Another aspect is you could look at semantic properties in the video. You mentioned that in the morning, blood flow, so we are working on that. So you can detect heart rate by the variation in color in the face. And then we thought, oh, this might be a good deepfake detector. But then we suddenly found out many deepfakes also have a blood or a heart rate, so which is copied over by the driving video. So then we looked into blood flow, the local blood flow, and this is a better tool for getting information. I think Fake Catcher from Intel also does something similar like that. So we determine the temporal flow in the face, and from that we can classify different kind of fake and real media. And just to visualize things, so this is not how the detector sees this. Here you see the temporal flow of blood. On the left, you see the real video, and on the right, a deepfake where the blood is just wobbling around. It's not anatomically correct. And here you can at least judge also visually if this could be a fake, but the detector has other properties. And then, we can look at video material, and there it's much easier to detect. So if you have a still image, we have seen all these astonishing results, but for video, it's much harder to get something consistent. So there might be temporal inconsistencies you can spot. So artifacts that are in there, they might be imperceptible, but they jump into different region, or something that is inconsistent. So for instance, we saw a deepfake where an earring was visible, then the head was turned back and the earring was gone. So this is something you could easily spot, but there are other aspects in there. But I mentioned AI is lazy, and if you train now a 3D temporal detector and there are spatial artifacts in there, all the detectors, they jump on the spatial effects and ignore the temporal things. And that's bad because we don't generalize. So people have looked at different ways on how to force AI to look also at the temporal domain. I don't go into detail, but you could have different training aspects where you split temporal and spatial effects, or you jointly train with video and audio and make the video to predict audio in order to get the temporal dynamics into the video part. And with that, you can improve a lot and generalize much better with your detectors. And yeah, you could go even a step further and look at the dynamics of speech. Here are just a few examples where the identity and the way how people speak are extracted, and you can attach that to a single individual. And this gives you the ability, for instance, if you have a deep fake of Putin speaking and it was not Putin, you could see the original or map it to the original speaker, but just in the way people tend to speak. And just a last thought, and then I will close here. I said in the beginning, the curation of deepfake databases is also an important aspect. We have made a very simple experiment where we trained here this real forensic detector, which is already a good one that generalizes well on different data sets that are available. And we get results of 99% or 90% above. Very good. But if we now test them on our own created deepfakes, accuracy drops down. So we are no longer able to detect. And that's what the new attacker does. New approach, and and then the detector is gone. And so what you can do, you could now add a few samples of the new data set, and then the detector gets back to the original result, and it's still good for the other data sets. And it turned out that it's now a bit more difficult to find a new attack that is not being detected. So it's something like a more general approach as well. And with that, I would like to conclude. So you've seen deepfake detection is possible, but it's a challenging task, and it will get more and more difficult. And I think we will see a rat race, and I don't know how long we can play this game until AI is that good that we cannot detect it anymore, but we will see. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Professor Eisert. In the interest of making sure that we hear all the presentations, I'm going to go through all the presentations first, and then we'll loop back for questions, probably also bridging between them. So thank you also for keeping to 10 minutes. Really appreciated given the time we have available. Professor Ebrahimi, let's see if we can share yours from this one here. So you have that.
Maybe I start for the interest of time.
Yep, go ahead.
When things come and you can see some visual support, it makes it even better. Let me, so call it, thank you. Call my talk, my intervention as take two of what Professor Eisert showed you. I've been also working on this problem for quite a while. And let's first start by understanding which problem we are resolving, okay? Deepfakes and generative AI detection is a solution to a very, very specific type of problem that we are talking about today about. I don't seem to, maybe I ask you to go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So one thing that that we should remember is that a lot of fake news, a lot of misuse of the AI technologies actually is not in the context of changing the content. You could perfectly have a very authentic content and put it in the wrong context. The news and social media are full of cases where you have perfectly genuine, authentic images, and they were maybe taken in Kabul, Afghanistan, and they are claim being in Gaza or vice versa, and the content is authentic, right? So detection of forgery and detection of deepfakes is not really a solution for those cases. So what we are really looking at here is that in the case of what people call disinformation, so if you know that AI has been used to either change, modify content, or completely generate new content, are there a possibility to have to come up with detectors to do that? The answer is, of course, yes, but as my colleague said, it's a little bit of a cat and a mouse problem. Can you go to the next one? Yeah, so this is usually, detectors are usually referred to as reactive measures. What does it mean? It means that you just wait for somebody to do something wrong, and then you try to detect that they have done something wrong. And now, like many reactive approaches, they have a number of challenges. One of them is that not only through AI, but there are lots of technologies that help creating synthetic content, and sometimes for artistic reasons. So if you have just a detector of synthetic content or AI generated synthetic content, all these other data is going to be detected also, and there has been no ill intent to create them. Let's not also forget that the number of synthetically or AI modified content is increasing, right? In fact, any of us with a mobile phone, when we take a picture, a lot of denoising, a lot of enhancement is happening nowadays through AI. Well, these are all AI. So if you want to label or detect whether they are AI based or not, is completely nonsense. Also, we have this problem of black box, right? A lot of AI problems are black boxes. When things work, everybody is happy. When they don't, well, you don't know where and why. And the cat and mouse problem is another one. You know, I want to actually mention the very first deepfakes. Maybe some of you are young enough to not remember that only 5 years ago. The deepfakes were not blinking. So the best detector was just detect whether the avatar is blinking or not. And now somebody has forgotten that and is saying, oh, let's try to see if the blood circulation is done. Well, you know, if I'm a hacker, I will just inject artificial blood circulation, okay? So this problem of cat and mouse is there. It's not going to go away. And then adoption of technology. Let's not forget that in real world, sometimes, and people who do, I don't know, mail spam catcher, etc., they have seen that many times. It's not because you have a good detector that people use it, right? So let's not forget that sometimes technology adoption takes time. Sometimes it has challenges and obstacles, and it's not because the solution exists that should go through. Now, let me quickly flash towards a few solutions I've been working on, just to give you a few more insight. Can you go to the next slide, please? One of the biggest problems we discovered was that the way detectors are being evaluated, even in academic environment, is not very realistic. In fact, we discovered that a few years ago when some big companies and countries even, they were making these grand challenges and saying, if you come up with your deepfake detector and we're going to examine that, and then if you win, we give you, I don't know, $500,000 reward, right? So we actually didn't do it because of various reasons, but when they came out, we actually compared them to ours. And then we discovered that the top 5 were actually not at all top 5 if you were using some realistic content that is not there, right? So good for them, they each won 100,000 and 500,000. But in fact, you go to real world, it doesn't. So you need a very, very good way to really get the evaluations as close as possible to reality. This is one of the challenges. I'm not gonna tell you how we do it, but we have been working on that. It's a step towards doing things better, but definitely not the only one. Can you go to the next slide, please? Now, if you have such a metric, then you can do what is called data augmentation. So a lot of people use actually data augmentation. It just you try to feed detectors things that actually happen more and more in reality, and you can actually make the result of the detectors a little bit better. Again, since I don't, on top of it, have a pointer, I'm not going to be able to even tell you what we did, but you could take basically any detector you like, and using a combination of the detector evaluation methodology that would be more realistic and properly done augmentation, data augmentation, you can make results a little bit better. Can you go to next slide? And you can do even better because, you know, sometimes the type of modification that you make to content when it goes from its creation to its consumption, it's not random, right? So a lot of people, they capture something, they resize it, they compress it, they upload it to some social network, then somebody grabs them, maybe resize them so it's not random. So if you take actually intelligently these non-random but still stochastic ways people use content when they distribute them, you do even better. So this is another thing that we have been doing. The results have been slightly better. Can you go next? And not only it can be better, you can also resolve to some extent the problem that people call generalization ability, which is what Professor Eisert just mentioned. And I think there is another talk that's going to focus on that. Basically, you know, it's machine learning, right? AI means, at least in the current paradigm, machine learning. So you feed it things and it learns. Now, if you feed it things that it hasn't learned, well, it's not going to detect it. That's called generalization. Can you come up with a machine learning that can go beyond just the examples it has retrieved and go a little bit farther? You can do that actually a little bit better if you think about good ways of doing that. Can you go next, please? And go next. Yeah. No. Sorry. Next. Go one more. Next. Yeah. One thing that I also want to close here on my intervention on is that, you know, there is technically a very big difference when you take a content and you apply AI to it and modify it. This is usually called deepfake, especially on faces of people, and completely synthetically generate new content. The solutions often that are good deepfake detectors do not actually do a very good job if you apply them to the second case. And again, there also, because this is more recent, people have been looking at, including ourselves, and we have found actually that there is a nice way to some extent improve these detectors, and that is by actually looking at the face information. Often, face information is where, when you generate content, some nasty things happen. So if you actually do it properly, you can actually do a better job than if you don't. And can you go next, please? So I just want to close my slides, and I really apologize if I'm putting a lot of numbers here. I'm going to just explain that to you very, very in a layman type. You know, when you generate content, there are basically currently two very big approaches that can be done. One of them is called GAN, Generative AI Adversarial Network, and the other one is diffusion models. A lot of detectors have been developed for one or the other, but they usually don't work for both. So you need ways to generalize and have one detector that can work hopefully for all of them. And such detector exists if you again look at the face information as we have been working on, and some other are working on. And here basically what this very, very complicated chart is showing is that some of the detectors, that is the first column, work very well actually for some of the models used for generation of synthetic content completely from scratch, but they don't work very well, and they do even very poorly in other cases. However, approaches where you can combine some strength between the two and detect they exist, they are being worked out, and they can get close to 100% detection, but not 100%. And this is where I want to stop. Not only deepfake detectors are not a universal solution to the problems that we're talking about, they are not a perfect solution either. Now, it's not because perfect solutions do not exist that you should ignore them. Many of you came to Geneva by passing through X-ray and checking your luggage. Well, the probability of detecting a bomb using these detectors is far less than 99%. It's not a reason that they are not being used, because even 70% is better than nothing. Thank you very much.
No, it's with a cable, so I think the presenter has to swap.
While we're getting this set up, so thank you, Professor Ebrahimi, for emphasizing those questions around generalizability, real-world utility, and of course the imperfection, but that not being a barrier to us moving forward. We're going to move next to the presentation from Rijal and Emma from the experience of Deep Media, a commercial company working in this space. So as soon as we've got that PowerPoint up, we'll kick right in. Again, if I can ask, try and keep to 10 minutes so we've got space. Thank you.
Great, and I'll go ahead and get started. Really good being here, and thank you, Sam. My name is Rijal Gupta. I'm the founder of Deep Media, a deepfake detection and AI safety company. I founded Deep Media 7 years ago, actually. I remember the day I founded the company, and it was around the time when deepfake videos were first starting to come out, right? There was this deepfake of Jordan Peele on one side and President Barack Obama on the other. Many of you might have seen it, actually. It went really viral. And Jordan Peele's face and his voice and his emotions and everything was being transferred to the President of the United States perfectly. I knew then that this technology was going to completely disrupt truth. And in that world where anything could be fake, people would no longer be able to trust their own eyes and ears, right? That was really frightening to me. And so I dedicated my life to building technology that could help solve this problem. I am a machine learning engineer by trade. I've been building ML, AI apps. I mean, before AI was AI, right? Since I was 15. And so I dove right in. I started trying to build detectors, trying to scrape data, figure out how these things worked. One of the things I realized very early on is that if you're always scraping deepfake data from the internet, as many people here have pointed out, you're always going to be in a cat and mouse game. And so early in the company's life cycle, we invested heavily in generative AI. Now we have over 20 different generative AI models that we've trained ourselves and create data to train our detectors on. We've spent millions of dollars creating deepfake data in order to get detectors that are generalizable, that do work, and do operate at scale. Obviously, we're all very aware of deepfakes now, but it's important to remember that this technology has been around for almost a decade. And since day one, Deep Media has been here solving this problem. When we think about scale and we think about deepfakes, people have talked that they're getting better, but let's put some actual numbers around this, right? Deepfakes have gone from about $10 a minute now to under 1 penny per minute to create a really hyper-realistic audio or video deepfake. Over the next few years, it's going to become free. The quality for realism has gone from about 50% realism a few years ago to basically fully realistic in 1080p video, and moving forward, it's going to be fully realistic in 4K by 2030. And our research suggests that by 2030, as much as 50% of the content posted online will have some form of AI manipulation. And if left unchecked, this is going to cost governments and enterprises hundreds of billions of dollars by 2030. It's also important to remember that this is a problem not only of quality, but of scale, right? There's no amount of human being intervention that is going to solve the deepfake problem. We could put millions of people on this problem, and it's not going to help. This is the year the world votes, and Deep Media fundamentally believes, and I think everyone here would agree, that we need AI-based, automated, scalable solutions that can help protect truth in internet media. And so to kind of put this in context, I thought it would be fun to take 30 seconds to kind of see if you can detect deepfakes yourself, right? At times of high volume, content moderators will often spend as little as 1 second per image to check whether something's real or fake. So we have a few images here. I thought it'd be worth trying this out, and I promise it'll be quick. So I'm going to go through these 1 second at a time. So I hope you're ready. This one I'm not sure about. So going through these really quick. This one was real. This one was fake. I think we've all seen this one before. This one was actually fake, right? This one was fake, pretty clear. This one was real. This image is fake. This one's real. This one's real. This one's real. And again, yeah, right? That's the thing. This was like maybe 10 years ago. It's not just about what's real and fake today. It's what's real and fake in history, right? This is important. We're literally approaching a world like 1984 where we're not going to know what's real and what's fake. This is critical to our society to have this technology. And this one I still don't know, if I'm being honest. Our detectors picked it up as fake, but we'll see. So when we think about what a deepfake actually is, I think it's important here to understand that this affects everybody. Consumers, corporations, governments, telecoms, device manufacturers, platforms, news organizations, individuals. This is a broad scope of a problem, right? And there are solutions to this, and detection is just one part. You know, one of my colleagues here made the important point that detection's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. But through a series of steps, including metadata, watermarking, digital fingerprinting, detection, AI poisoning, and forensic analysis, I believe, and everyone who works at Deep Media fundamentally agrees, that as a group of people, we can help solve this problem, right? But detection is a critical component of that, right? And it's not just detection, it's scalable detection. It is robust detection, right? So I mentioned earlier that we have 20 different generative AI algorithms that we use to create data to train our detectors. Those are across image, audio, video. In image, there's image general, right? There's image face. In audio, there's audio general, audio music, audio voice. In video, there's video general, like Sora, video face lip reanimation, video face swap, right? This problem is nuanced and complex, and the way detection works is, at least from our opinion, you need detectors for all of these different modalities, all of these different submodalities. Within a submodality, we actually have an ensemble approach. So we have tens of millions of fake images, tens of millions of real images, tens of millions of fake voices, tens of millions of real voices, hundreds of thousands of fake videos, hundreds of thousands of real videos. But within that, right, our images, 1 million of them might be of buildings, 500,000 of them might be of people's faces. And so using things like clip embeddings and automatic unsupervised clustering through k-means, we can segment our data set and have individual detectors for each of these sub-problems. So when we get images, millions of images a day, hundreds of thousands of audios or videos a day, we actually know what detectors are going to work best on that specific type of media. And our detectors aren't just naive transformer-based things looking at Mel spectrograms. We send the Mel spec, we send the words that people are speaking, we convert it to International Phonetic Alphabet characters, we run alignment on it. These are advanced and robust and deep models that are needed to actually generalize detection at scale. But it's more than just the detectors, right? It's important to remember that human beings are still here. And at the end of the day, the human being is the one that's going to make a final decision on what's real or what's fake. So at the end of the day, what Deep Media does is we wrap our detection technology into a front-end user-facing product where people can upload hundreds of millions of images, millions of images, hundreds of thousands of videos to our platform every single day, and then see that content in our platform to then filter out what they think is real or what's fake. The more they use this platform, we actually have something that we invented called a large media model, where the interaction of the human being through the platform with our AI makes the AI smarter and more explainable over time. We've mentioned explainable AI, right? The idea that AI doesn't have to be a black box, that we can have things like heat maps and understandability to what the decision-making process of the underlying model is, that interacts with, kind of through this chat function, with the end user, where the AI says, look at second 3 of this mel spec when someone's speaking Russian. We think this is Putin, we think it's a deep fake, and a human being will actually be there to correct the model if it gets it wrong. And the model learns over time this reasoning capability that can then help advance and continue to be the cat in the cat and mouse game. Integrating things like biometric analysis, age, race, gender detection, all of this helps make sure our detection technology is robust across all of these different use cases, but also provides extra value to the end user. And so additionally, we have video analysis here that is becoming, to be quite frank, video analysis and video detection is pretty hard, and that's something that we're working on. This is a continuously evolving problem. So far, it does seem like we can detect Sora videos, but this is an area of active research for us. At the end of the day, I think this is going to require a bunch of people. It's going to require a bunch of different deepfake detection companies, a lot of people in academia, a lot of people in government working together. And one of the reasons that I'm so grateful to be here and so glad to see all of you in the audience is that we do need to set global standards for deepfake detection and AI safety. And so Deep Media works very closely with research institutions in the United States, and we are very excited to continue to partner internationally to donate our data sets and donate our learnings. We don't publish our research, but we do donate our data sets for standard use to see that, when we can detect something, it's not 100% perfect, but this is the standards that we're setting so we can have a path forward in the future. That's pretty much it. We have some more examples here if you want to see, but real and fake images, but I'll take a pause there and let my colleagues continue. Thank you.
So thank you, Rijal, for that presentation. We're now going to move to Wenyu's presentation. He is the director of the Intellectual Property and Innovation Development Center at the China Academy of Information and Communications Technology. And we'll start that in just a moment.
Sure. Thanks. Yours too. And again, we mostly work in the United States, but I'd be happy to donate our data sets, even our training sets. If you're interested, happy to give you our training sets as well. Okay. Yeah, we want people to do research. I mean, because there's a lot of stuff out there. It's really difficult to get good training data. It costs money.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wenyu from CICT, China Academy of the Information and Communication Technology. And today, my topic is the development of deepfake and detection technologies. It's just like a survey compared to the other professors' introduction. So my content, my sharing is include 4 parts. Shortly, introduction as the starter. As we know that the AI technology is advancing at a rapid basis, and not only the new technologies are emerging in the analysis space, but also the AI bring us wide range of the application scenarios. So the Bloomberg report that the generative AI will bring a decade-long boom and will reach the $1.3 trillion by 2034. And also the problem appears, fake information, infringe of the intellectual property rights, and raises the ethical and legal issues. Because the previous speakers also introduced this content, so I will introduce it anymore. But I want to give some examples about the deepfake AI technology bring the numerous problems. The first is the €220 fraud by using the voice deepfake to mimic the company executive, and to the $25 million fraud by the video deepfake to mimic the chief financial officer. And the news got released a report at the end of the 2023, stating that from the 1 year during the year, the fake news website created by the AI has increased in nearly 11 times. Okay, this slide is introduction about the development of the deepfake and deepfake detection technology. The upper part is the deepfake technology, and the lower part is the detection technology. From this slide, we can see that the deepfake detection technology are evolving from the early simple pattern recognition to the currently the deep learning and multimodal detection, and become more and diversified and intelligent to address complex and evolving fraud content. Okay, the next part is the development of the deepfake detection technology. And there are five now, up to now, there are 5 types of the deepfake detection: for the audio, for the image, for the text, for the video, and the multimodal. And the last one is a little different between other 4 types because it combines multiple types of data, such as the image, the text, the audio, and others to identify and locate media deepfake. And they are used to detect forged content by analyzing the consistency and the interaction between the different models and by dealing with the complex association between different models. Okay, this is the lineage of the deepfake detection technology. Due to the time limit, I can't to explain each and every algorithm for it, but we can see there are 3 phases for the lineage. First one is from the 2017 to the 2020. We call it a trace excavation phase. We also call it the single domain phase. How to understand this? Because in this phase, the detection only uses 1 domain signals to analyze the fake information. And the second phase is from the 2020 to 2022. In this phase, we use multi-domain information to analyze the fake information, such as the space data and time data, or the space data or the frequency data. The third phase is from the 2022. We call it the multimodal information fusion phase. In this phase, the detection method used are based on the data-driven, such as the machine learning and deep learning, etc. Okay, we can give some more clear explanation for this phase. In the first phase, the detection method based on the frequency domain and analyze the anomalous signals in image or the audio to convert the time domain signals into the frequency domain signals and to get the statistical quantities of the period characteristics, such as the frequency component and the frequency distribution and are used to evaluate the metrics for the deepfake detection. For the image, we also use based on the artifact detection, and for audio, we often use the signal frequency detection. And for the multi-domain phases, the detection method based on the time-space domain consider the characteristics of the video content in time and space dimensions comprehensively to perform the deepfake detection, and which is easy to detect the breakage that violate the physical laws and the human physiology. Such we can see some abnormal blink and abnormal breath, and we can find the inconsistency between the video's frames and the audio and the video inconsistency. And the third one is based on the data phrase. Yeah, in this phase, they use the machine learning and deep learning algorithm to find the feature of the fake information. In this phase, the data set and the model training are very important. Okay, we give 2 examples for the deep learning based detection. One is GAN. GAN consists of the 2 adversarial models. through this adversary process, the generator gradually improved the quality of the samples, and the discriminator improved the discriminating ability. And the diffusion model, it learns the structure and the generative mechanism of the data through a dynamic system, and it's suitable for the complex high dimension data, just like introduced by the processor. Yeah. Okay, we can see the data set. It's a very important factor in the deep learning detection. The left side is the often used major deepfake detection dataset, and the right side is the new deepfake detection dataset. And the continuous improvement and the expansion of the data and the deepfake detection dataset promotes the general of the more efficient and accurate detection. I can see the polyglot fake for the multilingual, and the deep forensics tool for the video, and the SegDef version 2 not only can add more videos content, but also improve the diversity. Okay, this is the evaluation metrics. We often use the accuracy and the area under the curve and the average precision as the indicator to evaluate the algorithm, the performance of the algorithm. Also, we can use the robustness and other indicators, but these three are most important. Okay, these are two examples about the multimodal deepfake detection. One is from the University of the Chinese Academy of the Science. Another is from the Nanyang Technology University of Singapore. Although these two models use different algorithms, but they both use the text, audio, video, and image to process at the same time and get good performance. Okay, we can see some tools. The text deepfake detection in this field, one paper gives 16 text photos, and the GPT-4 generated papers were tested by these testing tools. We can see from the left figure their performance. Yeah, the last one, the upper one is the performance is good best, and another one is the GPT-0. As we know that when we after submit the text, detect the text, and the GPT-0 can give a score based on which the likelihood of the document AI generation. And for the image deep learning, we can see the OpenAI, AI optics, Hive moderation, and others, and they can detect the deepfake of the images. And for the video, two examples. One is the fake catcher, which is designed by the Intel and the SUNY, and it uses the subtle blood flow and in these pixels of the video to detect the in-depth fakes and the return results. And the deepware is often used the video detection, and a detailed report will be provided and include the probability score that indicate how likely the media is to be doctored. Okay, for the multiple model deepfake detection, the Real Defender is a good one, and he won the annual RSAC sandbox competition for its deepfaking detection capability. So the last one is the challenge faced and the future. I think AI technology have evolved too quickly, so the deepfake technology are also becoming more sophisticated, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and fake. And the diversity of the information, forms, and the complexity of the content in today's society pose a great challenge. And the legislating lags behind the technology, and the counterfeit content spread across the country. So the cross-model legal coordination and the cooperation are needed to jointly combat it. How to resolve this problem? I think the international standard very important. The standard of the active defense and traceability, such as add some watermarks, or other proof information in the digital content and from the source, the AI generated content source, and the standard of the algorithm of the models and other techniques for the detection, and the standard of the hardware to lift the performance of the detection devices are also needed. And we think the CICT are willing to contribute our efforts to the global governance of the deepfake and the related standardization work in ITU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wenyu. And we're now going to pass to Chungyun Wu, and you're going to present from your own laptop, right, Chungyun? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chongyun Wu from South Korea, and I'm a guy who developed this software fighting against the fake on the internet or digital, simply. So the topic that I brought today, that is close to it's not only for the contents, it's a cover up to the environment. Which to generate the contents or the other aspect together. Okay, let me start with the problems or what we are faced with. So thanks to these gentlemen, we are developing the detection technology for the multimedia. But while we are using the chat-based AI service, if we are on the man-in-the-middle attack, the response from the service can be altered. So in case, if we believe that message, we can fall into the victim. And also when we connect it to the fake online site, AI site, maybe there's no chance to checking the authenticity of online service. We might provide password and OTP and everything, and then we'll lose our control. And then in case we are facing with the two robots who insist I'm the real servant, in case maybe it's harder to distinguish who is the real one if they have same figure. And then the worst case, if the robot, which I used yesterday, they're updated by the attacker, and then they pretend to be a real one, in case it can be a huge problem. So those kind of fake stories can happen in any time, not only for the contents. So what I want to suggest to all of you is that we need to think about from the content to the service to the AI or humanoid robot all together. And then to respond to those kind of the aspects, in the ITU, there are fantastic the standard and relevant technology. I will map one by one following these problems. So let me start with a simple and easy one, how to verify the AI online service. So from the human standpoint, it's difficult if the website online service have a same visual. In case it's very hard to distinguish if this one was real. In past, there were fantastic solution based on the X.549, the ITU standard. It allowed the user to verify the authenticity of this online service provider. But it asked the user checking click the padlock on the browser. Up until user click the padlock, people cannot authenticate the server. But the problem is that no one checked the padlock. So because of that, when we connected to the online service, we naturally input everything. So from the password, the OTP, fingerprint, or our face. So to overcome those kind of hurdles, so recently ITU published the X.1280. So let me play the video clip related to the X.1280. So when the user goes to the website, this standard make the service present the code to the user, and then using the mobile app to generate the code by itself, and then allow the user verify the service is authentic. When the two codes is matched by giving the biometrics, and user approve it, and user get into the online service. So the beauty of this methodology is the user can avoid the fake website and also get rid of the password management burden. And it also works on the mobile app or Windows or Linux, where the user passwords are required, we can make it automatically. And that's the power of the X.1280. But whenever I show the video clip, the most half of my colleague they didn't notice what's the difference between the OTP, because OTP is automatically generated code. But the big difference is it does not ask to input the code to the system. Again, the system presents the code to the user, and as a user, we verify the online service. That's the key. So yeah, I just simply try to answer how we verify the online service, and then let me try to answer to how to protect the training model. If we are using the servant AI robot at home, maybe this robot using the well-trained the model file inside. So, but in case someone replaced with the trained AI model file with a malicious trained model file, in case that robot can harm me, we cannot be safe, right? So in the ITUT according to the X.1220, it provides a storage protection. So what it does is we used to use network protection and endpoint protection, but if attacker bypassing the two barrier, and then if the data is on the storage, the data can be modified or deleted or encrypted and replaced with malicious trained data, right? But this standard suggests one more protection layer on the storage, and then that we named it as storage protection. This storage protection only allows the application to allow pre-registered application access to the data. Otherwise, try to access the data in case it provides a fake file with read only. What doesn't it mean is if we the admin firstly up until the firstly registered application, it does not no one cannot change at all, even though the root or admin root account is fully compromised, that file are not changed. So let me show you the one more video clip. So for the demonstration purpose, I put the document file in here, but I didn't register the Microsoft Word as a pre-registered application. Because of that, the storage provide the fake data to that application. So, but after I register the application with the OTP code with the password for the storage, so after that, Microsoft Word can access the file. The reason I showed this demonstration is when we're using the AI software, we have to protect the trained model file. If someone replace that file, no one cannot guarantee the safety for the user. So also it works on the Linux OS as well. So yeah, I just registered the copy command, but the copy works, but at the end, I did not register it as remove, so no one cannot delete the file on the storage protection system. It worked like the firewall or the network on the storage level. Okay, so let me go to how to verify the AI robot. So as I said earlier, so if we are faced with the robot having the same figure, in case it might be difficult to change which was mine, or to get to the airport, if we call the autonomous vehicle, in case the autonomous vehicle arrive at my home, but we don't know that autonomous vehicle take me to the airport or kidnap me. So someone might be send a taxi to kidnap me. It's possible as well. So nowadays, ITUT ST17 Q10 members are developed the physical authentication technology. So what the physical authentication technology is in past, we the only the authentication technology in real world only make the user show their the authentication by tapping the phone or the RFID card to the reader, to the machines. But instead of making the user complicated, this technology, the machine present ID and authentication code through via Bluetooth, and then user verify that facility and then control it on their smartphone. So let me play the one more video clip. So at the facility, or it can be machine or whatever, by scanning the BL code, and then if the item is listed up, that means that device is authentic via and then if the user control that, that is operated. So it can apply because it rely on the Bluetooth. So any phone can work operable for control that. And and one more thing is that it allows the user. Also, the facility standpoint, it verify the user biometrics running on their smartphone. Okay, in summary, so when we're focusing on the fake content, we also have to think about the environment together. Maybe those kind of collaboration, we can enhance the overall general capacity to fighting against the fake. And also, those kind of the relevant technology inside of focusing on problem directly, checking out the relevant technology on standard, that we can solve this matter easily. And in last, one thing I wanted to emphasize on is the distinction between the fake and genuine AI should be easy for users by transferring the burden to the AI or machine, not to the human. So if the technology or detection technology is getting difficult and worse, and if that burden goes to the user, it wouldn't be successful on the market. Okay, so I'm from the Passwordless Alliance, and then we are setting the Passwordless Alliance in the Geneva, and also we're gonna provide a free passwordless software to all P2C services to fighting against the fake matters. So, okay, so let's talk after this session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have our final presentation from Wang Xie. And yes, if you would come and sit here, if you don't mind changing seats, who is the project manager at China Mobile Research Institute. We'll just pull up your presentation. There you go.
Hello, everyone. The title of this sharing is How to Improve the Generalization Ability of Deepfake Detection. In the first hub, we briefly introduced deepfake and its security risks and management framework. And in the second hub, we analyze in detail a variety of strategies to enhance the generalization ability of detection for the significant challenges faced by deepfake detection. We all know any technology is a double-edged sword. The impact of deepfake technology on society is complex and far-reaching, with both positive and negative effects such as blackmail, fraud, misinformation, and breaking authentication. For how to manage the risk generated by deepfake, we mainly analyze the whole life cycle of deepfake in the data collection phase, focusing on personal privacy protection. First, biometric features can be avoided by scapegoat images to avoid forgery. Second, noise can be added to the privacy data to poison the deepfake algorithm. And third, digital watermarking can be added to the data for copyright protection. In the model building phase, the generated content can be tracked back to the source by adding digital watermarking. In a content distribution phase, deepfake detection is carried out directly for the consumed content by means of digital watermarking, AI, and indirect attacks. And next, we focus on deepfake detection and the major challenges facing current detection algorithms. Deepfake detection, according to different application scenarios, we categorize into 3 types: digital watermarking-based detection, AI-based detection, and interactive attack-based detection. Digital watermark-based detection requires the deepfake model to actively and watermark information when generating forged images, which is used to track back. Although this method can recognize all types of forgery and tampering, it requires the producer to cooperate in adding the watermark, and the use of the scene is limited. AI-based detection, on the other hand, can be performed directly on images and other media, but the generalization ability is insufficient. For real-time forgery scenarios, attack-based detection can be used to create a synthetic breakage visible to the naked eye. This scheme is more interpretable, but is only applicable to real-time interaction scenarios. Next, we focus on AI-based deepfake detection. Currently, AI-based deep forgery detection faces significant challenges. First, most of the existing detection algorithms are trained and reasoned for specific data sets and are ineffective in detecting across data sets. Second, in real-world scenarios, the detection capability may degrade in the face of unknown forgery algorithms. Moreover, the latest forgery algorithms may bypass detection. In addition, the existing detection algorithms do not have enough coverage of detection ability for full scenario-generated patterns such as Sora. Therefore, how to improve the generalization ability of detection algorithms is a very important and practical research. Next, we share several strategies commonly used in our work to enhance the generalization of detection. Here we summarize 7 strategies that cover various aspects of deepfake detection. First, we introduce how digital watermarking can be used to improve the generalization ability of deepfake detection. Digital watermarking technology is a hidden technology to protect digital information, which can effectively avoid digital products from being tampered with and illegally utilized during the dissemination process. Text, image, audio, video, etc. can be used as the carrier of digital watermark. The labeled watermark is undetectable to naked eye and does not introduce obvious image quality degradation. Moreover, the verification process of watermarking is relatively independent and can cope with various forgery algorithms, thus improving the detection generalization ability. Secondly, the fusion of digital watermarking and PKI system provides a strong guarantee for the authenticity and security of data. Through this fusion, identity authentication, content integrity verification, and copyright protection of electronic data can be realized, thus improving the security and trust of the entire network environment. PKI system is used to generate and manage digital certificates which contain the user's public key information and can be used to verify the user's identity as well as the integrity and authenticity of the data. By using the digital watermarking technology, the certificates and producer information embedded in images, videos, and other data can effectively prove the status of the data and the identity of the producer. For improving the model generalization ability, data enhancement is a fundamental means. By applying multiple data enhancement techniques for increasing the diversity of sample data, the generalization ability of deepfake detection algorithms can be significantly improved so that they can maintain high performance in the face of unseen, new, or complex forgery attacks, we commonly use image data enhancement methods, including image geometric transformation, color space transformation, adding noise, blurring, and filtering. The main idea of adversarial training is to introduce a generator in the training process, which generates new samples and by adding small perturbations to the original data, aiming to mislead the discriminator to make wrong judgments. The core idea of method learning is to generate a model, a parameter adapt to different tasks with learned patterns and regularities on limited training data, and try to learn domain invariant models to cope with unknown or new or even the latest forgery algorithms. In addition, decoupling the common features of forged image is also effective in enhancing the generalization ability of detection algorithms. Another option is to decouple out the common features of real images using methods such as contrastive learning. To decouple out the common features of real images, we can identify forged images by learning the features of normal non-forged images, so that we do not rely on forged samples, and we can adapt to unseen images to enhance the generalization ability of the model. For the detection of full scene generation, on the one hand, it is necessary to study more deeply the characteristics and working principles of full scene generation techniques such as SORO. On the other hand, it is necessary to explore new feature extraction and representation learning methods to better capture the essential characteristics of the forged content. Finally, we also use adversarial attacks to improve the generalization ability of deepfake detection. On the one hand, we attack the deepfake detection model to generate confrontation samples. Through confrontation sample attack, that is against the attacked model to generate a large number of confrontation samples, and then put the confrontation samples and the original data into the model to retrain supervised learning, so as to achieve the original model reinforcement to improve the generalization ability of the detection model. On the other hand, we attack the deepfake model so that it will be flawed. In our experiment, we attack the phase forgery algorithm by designing a localized directional occurrence to make it leak out the cracks. This kind of broken features has higher recognition, better detection, and better generalization ability than the synthetic features of phase forgery algorithms. That's the end of this, Sharon. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. This has been a really rich set of presentations, and I really appreciate also folks making it so tight for so much information. So thank you. We've got about 15 minutes before the lunch break, and I know people want to go and eat lunch, but I do want to ask at least one question to each of the panelists, which is maybe going to step us up a bit more big picture, both in terms of where things are going, but also the opportunities for standardization. And if people stay quite tight, hopefully we'll have a chance for a couple of questions from folks here as well. So I'm going to start with Peter and just ask, given the range of detection approaches that we're hearing described here, how do we increase trust and transparency around these outputs? Big picture, how do we look at doing that in terms of trust and transparency?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's a good one. So we have seen the example of Rachel at the end. So he showed a deepfake or an image saying, the detector says this is a deepfake, but I don't know. So the question is, what do we do with the detector decision? So how can we deal with the decision? And there, transparency is an important aspect. We are working on explainable AI, which I think is one aspect to make it more transparent, to get some hints on where maybe there are some deficiencies in the video that you can show to a human. And another aspect is what I also presented in my presentation is you could extract some kind of information that is more plausible to the human being. So semantic information, like for the blood flow, noise patterns. So you could say, oh, I think it's a deepfake because here I have a different noise pattern than here. And then the human operator can look at that. And I think these tools are very important in order to make these detectors usable in practice.
Touradj, can I come to you, which is in this world where this is going to be imperfect, where are the circumstances in which we should really be placing focus on detection? What are the particular scenarios, given the map we've just heard?
Yeah, another excellent question, by the way. I give just some examples. For anything that is legacy, probably because we cannot be proactive, probably we need detectors as one of the tools in the toolbox. And the more, of course, we have them, the better. So legacy content. This is something that that definitely is a typical situation where a detector will be probably the best that we have at hand. But of course, it has to be done also intelligently because it's has been mentioned several times. It's a cat and mouse problem, which means that a detector that does a very good job today, it won't do as good of a job tomorrow. People who do work on cybersecurity and spam email as spam and virus detection, they know these problems very well. So the same type of care has to be applied here to come up with a mechanism so that we not only use detector to detect something, but we actually know when there is a report or there is evidence presented that the detectors fail, inform the users about them.
Wang Xie, I'd like to come to you and ask actually a question. You're obviously working within the context of a large company that is presumably thinking about where very practically to think about this in China Mobile. So where do you see the practical place to start with this in China Mobile?
Thank you for this. In our practice, many models do data augmentation in the training phase. For example, for deepfake detection using digital watermarking and PKI systems. And adversarial attacks are more effective and more practical. And this presentation was co-authored by Chen Zhang and me. My colleague Chen Zhang is from the Design Institute of China Mobile, and he is the CTO of Security Department, and currently is focusing on AI-enabled security. And more details and information can contact with his email address, which is zhangchen@cmdi.chinamobile.com. Thanks.
Great. And I know folks will probably be walking to lunch afterwards, but I also encourage people to come and talk to folks about specific usages. I'm going to come to Emma, maybe. I know you're the co-founder of Deep Media with Rizal. I'm going to ask one question to Deep Media in the interest of time. And which is really to ask, what do you expect detection is going to look like in the coming years? I want to jump ahead. You're a commercial company providing this. Take us ahead 2 or 3 years. Where do you anticipate we're going?
Absolutely. Love that question. So I think we all agree that the technology is going to get a lot better really, really quickly. And that can be scary, but I think what we'll see is usage of a whole host of solutions to identify deepfakes, including detection, but not limited to. But what we'll really see and what's really going to change in people's minds is that right now we're thinking about detection as a binary. Is it real or is it fake? And that makes a lot of sense. That's been kind of how we've approached things for years. I mean, since the beginning. But soon we'll be moving into a more probabilistic model, meaning how likely has something been manipulated rather than is it real or is it fake? So it's going to be a shift on how people approach media, but I think it's going to really help people understand deepfakes at a deeper level.
I think that relates back to where Peter started, the question of how we inspire trust around probabilistic interpretations in the public sphere is a huge one that we need to think about, and perhaps where standards also have a role in terms of having consistency, at least around how we do that. Chongyun, can I come to you? And you in some sense, were trying to expand the picture of what we talked about by talking about interaction and robots. I'm wondering if you can link the challenges you're trying to grapple with to some of the challenges. When you heard everyone else talking, what jumped into your head as you said, what do I hear about this that resonates with this bigger picture that I'm trying to grapple with, or perhaps a larger canvas? Yeah.
Maybe it's, as I said earlier, I have a background over 20 years of developing the cybersecurity software. So those kind of a background make me mingle with AI. So that's what I brought to today. So it can be an answer to you.
Yeah, and I think, the question of the cybersecurity background and how we learn from that, I heard a lot of resonances of people really framing that and a reminder about how we think about that. I'm going to come to Wenyu with a question about how the China Academy of Information and Communication Technology is thinking about standardization of detection and perhaps also watermarking. And then I'm also going to go to everyone on the panel and ask just a very short one sentence. I'm going to borrow from Alessandra. Where is the opportunity for standardization here? Where would you point to? So start, Wenyu, with how you're looking at that in the China Academy, and then a question to everyone to follow up the short answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I think the international standards are very important to the governance of the deepfake technology. And CICT have done a lot of work in China for the standardization in the industry and the national standard. And we hope to contribute more effort to the ITU to promote the standardization of the deepfake detection. Thank you.
Thank you, Wenyu. Maybe if I could start with Emma, and then we'll work down the line.
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest opportunities for standardization within detection is really creating unified data sets through larger bodies and making sure that when we're measuring accuracies, we're all talking about the same thing, because data from 2020 is not the same as data from now. So making sure we're all measuring the same way is going to be really important.
Well, opportunity about standardization. Well, come in the afternoon. I'm going to give you one example for pictures called JPEG Trust. How it actually one can standardize in the case of images in this case. But no matter whether JPEG Trust or some other standard, I think we should all agree, I hope at least that we all agree, that no standard should be in the hands of one or as few companies, nor one or a few countries. It has to be governed in places like ITU, in places like ISO, in places like IEC, where no matter how big or small, rich or not rich you are, you have a say.
Yeah, so regarding standardization, I don't see the focus on the detection part, but looking more at the entire pipeline from image and video capturing within the camera, distribution to the display. And we have to look at all these concepts in order to get some reliable decision, and not only just looking at images that are taken and then do a detection.
Yeah, the standard what I show you today. I was the main editor for four kind of standard in ITUT already, and then so while I'm developing the standard, it then made me access to the variety member from the out of the variety countries. So they give me for a lot of energy, and also with this chance, actually, I'm not looking for AI industry, maybe. So in that position, by mixing with the existing standard with AI, that would be a good chance to develop the new ones. Thank you.
In terms of AI standards for detection, I think there are three things people need to keep in mind. The first is in the wild, right? We want data that comes from in the wild, that is not created from any specific corporation or company or research organization. These are deep fakes posted on Twitter, X, Instagram, etc. The second is diversity. We need to make sure these are diverse in generator type, but also age, race, gender, and language. We need people of color. We need people speaking Mandarin. We need English speakers with an accent, right? And then the third is around just international bodies and standards, right? But back to what my colleague said here earlier, this needs to come from international standards, international governing bodies like the ITU. Look, I think deep media has the best deepfake detection in the world, but the truth is we don't really know because there aren't any international standards. I want international standards to exist so I can prove that we're the best, right? So I think those are those three things.
We believe that we should adopt a model driven by innovation and governance in both directions, and we will work with ITU to do this continuously in the future.
Thank you. And we have 2 minutes left. So I'm going to suggest that we probably don't have time for questions, honestly, unless I can get Vijay as the person in charge here. Vijay, can I let the questions at least come into the room so we can hear what people are thinking about? I would love to at least hear the questions, and then folks can bring them up because I think that's an important part of it. So I'm actually going to ask just if we can pass the mic, hear all the questions, if we can rapidly respond to them. Otherwise, let's at least make sure they're heard and in the room.
So would you think that in the future, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, there will at some point be the moment when we cannot detect deepfakes at all? Because the deepfake creation is there. And the second thing, you were suggesting some kind of benchmarking activity, an international one. There's benchmarking on other topics. Maybe this is a good benchmarking thing.
Okay, we can do a yes, no on detectability in 15 years. This is the type of question people hate because
You
they
don't
like
need to go to 15 years. There are already today actually people say there are some very good deepfakes around, but they haven't been detected.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a question concerning the conditions under which your mechanisms work or don't. So what are the requirements? And I think this taps into the standardization issue as well. Like, do the stimuli for the temporal dynamics analysis have to be of a certain size? Because I think the problem is that people are interacting with deepfakes more likely on handheld devices, making it ever more difficult to analyze that. And the second question to Emma would be, we know from different areas of human behavior that providing continuous data, so moving from binary to continuous, actually confuses them more, and in particular when it goes to face processing. So I think there's actually also another challenge by overloading people with a little bit too much information.
Great. If anyone wants to take a moment to answer that while I carry the mic over, let me give that.
Yeah, maybe just to answer your question about the constraints. So currently, yes, we are focusing on a subdomain. So we are mainly working currently on detecting deepfakes for video ident systems. And there you have a restricted scenario. So you have a chat scenario where someone is speaking like in Zoom with some other guys. So it's a conversational thing. So and then you have constraints on movements, on the entire things, and that makes it a bit simpler. And it's interactive, you can react, and if there is something suspicious, you could ask again. Yeah.
Thank you all so much. I guess we know that the vast majority of deepfakes that exist are non-consensual deepfake pornography, and of these, the majority are of women and children. For those of you that are developing detection models, when you're developing these models, is this data used in training at all? And if so, I mean, I'd assume that legally and ethically, this data must be super difficult to obtain and use. So how do you go about that? Yeah, I guess I would argue it's one of, if not the most pressing issue for deepfakes today, and I'd love to hear a bit more about it because I don't think I heard it brought up.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because most people don't realize that. And I think that is indicative of any world-changing technology. It first kind of operates in the adult entertainment space. We don't train any of our detectors on that specific data because, again, we generate all of our fake data to train our detectors on, but we do test exhaustively on deepfake pornography. And it's easier to get than you think. It's basically everywhere.
Great.
Just a final question to you, maybe very quickly. Open sourcing data set for testing, an amazing idea. Love it. With Shutterstock and Women in AI, we're about to launch a challenge to help to support this mission forward. But I'm also worried about the more we open source the data, the more we help attackers to become better and better in defining our ability to test their outcome.
I think open sourcing data sets through research helps a lot. So we're just developing a data set with the University of Buffalo that they it's our data, but they're kind of the stewards of that data and they give it to other research institutions. And that way we can keep it relatively protected.
Touradj, 30-second answer. Thank you.
There is something called, unknown to cybersecurity people, called the Kirchhoff principle, after the name of a Dutch mathematician, that he stipulates that a secure system should be open. And so far, any system that has not done that has failed. So I would be very, I encourage those who have any doubts to look at the work done by Kirchhoff and a little bit of a history of what is really going on there. You cannot find a single encryption algorithm that is not open, right? All of them are open. Where the security is put is another way, like a password, PIN number, or something like that.
Thank you. This has been a very rich discussion. I'm not going to try and summarize it, particularly as I know folks are trying to head to lunch, but just thanks everyone for the really rich conversation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Really excited to continue our workshop on detecting deepfakes and generative AI multimedia. So far today, we've gone over kind of the deepfake landscape and state-of-the-art detection and deepfake issues. And now we're going to be moving into standards for AI watermarking, multimedia authenticity, and provenance. Really excited about this. So now that we've eaten lunch, really excited to dive in. The session will really highlight initiatives such as C2PA, as well as watermarking, AI watermarking innovations. We'll also discuss a combination of AR watermarking to clearly identify generative AI multimedia outputs and content credentials tied to real-world identity via cryptography, and how that could help in protecting digital copyright ownership. You'll have a greater understanding at the end of this workshop of the effectiveness of AI watermarking and multimedia authenticity, its use cases, pros and cons, and you'll be able to identify areas for potential technical standards and benchmarking. So I am joined by an incredible panel of experts. We have Leonard Rosenthal, Andrew Jenks, and John Geeter, and we'll later be joined by Hu Jung Koon and Touradj Ebrahimi. And with that, I will cede the floor to Leonard for the first presentation. Absolutely.
Everybody gets the floor. All right, can we bring some slides up?
Just need to share the screen.
Brilliant. That's what I'm going to talk about. So hi, my name is Andrew Jenks. I'm the executive chair of the Coalition of Content Provenance and Authenticity. My day job is to be the director of provenance for Microsoft. And my role here today is to tell you why most of the technologies that we've talked about this morning and throughout the rest of the afternoon are imperfect and don't work in different ways. So for those of you who weren't here this morning, generative AI is a thing. It's caught on pretty rapidly over the last 18 months. We've gotten significantly better at making generative AI images, video, and audio tracks. This slide is about 6 months old, and this is what we used to be able to do. This is what we can do now. It's a heck of a lot better. And in the future, we expect to be able to do even better and have this content be even more pervasive. Nina thinks that by 2025, 90% of content online will be artificially edited in some way. I actually tend to disagree with her because most of the content that you see online today is edited in some way right now. The content that you're taking on your mobile devices is AI edited right now. So I think this is probably an underestimate. So what do we think about when we actually talk about solving the problem of labeling generative AI? Well, it's really how can we identify what is altered by machine and what is created by humanity? Where does human creativity come into the process and where does it drop back out of the process? We can identify that through several different mechanisms. We can do that through authenticity, which Leonard will talk about in detail, watermarking, which several of the panelists will talk about, detection, which was talked about in depth in an earlier session, storage of images created, soft bindings, partial matches of different things. All of these, though, are some form of adding or finding data in a piece of content, image, video, document, whatever you want to talk about, that we want individual users to be able to find, and we want bad guys not to be able to find. So that is great in theory, except for if I make something that all of you can readily detect, the bad guys can too. And if they can find it, they can take it out and they can unmark that material, right? And then we're back in this position where we don't know whether something was generated, whether something was edited, whether something was fully human creative. So can we hide data in a way that can't be detected, that can't be found by malicious actors? Well, I'm here to tell you that we can't, and I want to do that based on a very technical example, and I hope that you will stick with me for this. It's probably the most technical that we'll get during this presentation. It's Frog and Toad. So Frog and Toad is a fairly famous children's book from, I don't know, I didn't look up when it came from. But Frog baked some cookies and took them to his friend's Toad's house, and they were very good cookies. And they started eating the cookies, and they ate too many of the cookies. And they decided that those cookies, which in our parable here represent those artifacts, those additional pieces of information that we want to be able to find in a piece of content, needed to go somewhere else. So they very intelligently took the cookies and they put them in a box. And then they couldn't get to them, right? And then Frog says, well, you know, Toad, we could open the box. Toad says, well, I got a solution for that. That's no problem. We'll tie a string around the box. You know, Toad, we could untie the string, open the box, and still get to the cookies. So that's no problem. We'll put them on a tall shelf, and then we won't be able to reach them because we went up a ladder. They're tied. They're good. You know, Toad, we could just go up the ladder, get the box, untie the string, and eat the cookies, right? Finally, they feed them to some birds. In our parable, feeding them to the birds doesn't make any sense, so we're going to end here. What I want you to take away from this is that if we can put data into a piece of content, if we can put a watermark in there, if we can put C2PA in there, if we can put something else in there, a malicious party can remove it, right? None of these technologies are foolproof. The best we can do is say that affirmative authenticity, when present, gives us an indicator of actions that were taken, potentially who took those actions, and information about the content itself, right? So this solution is the most secure that we have today. It is the best way. If you get an image with the content credential in it that says that the hashes match the content that was created and that say that it was created by Andrew at 2:30 and you trust in Andrew, then you can trust that it was created at 2:30 and the image is unchanged. You can know things about that. If you get the same image without that information, you can know nothing. You trust in the sender or the distribution, but that's a very weak degree of trust. So this is a very strong security mechanism. Now, the downside of this is that it is the least robust security mechanism to removal, right? It is trivially easy to remove a content credential. In fact, if you upload content with a content credential to Facebook today, they will actively strip that information over 30 different times. They strip all EXIF information. It's considered privacy protecting that way. So that solution cannot and should not work in a vacuum. It simply won't work. The reality is that it's unlikely we can ever mark generative AI content in a way that is completely robust from removal. And I talk here about nation state actors usually, but pretty good hackers with pretty good tools are in the same vein as nation state attackers for this type of content. We should therefore concentrate on solutions that are affirmatively secure and educate populaces on what they should and should not be looking for. Various techniques to do this are available today through international standards, and part of the reason that this group and this entire group have come together is to talk about how we can make those standards more robust, more engaging, more economical, and more widespread. So, what can concerned parties do? First, you can provide those authenticity markings on the content that you create, not just at the point of distribution, but perhaps throughout your content pipeline, so that you know not just what you've published, but who's handled it all the way from perhaps the camera through the color correction process, the cropping process, all of these processes that media goes through before it's released, and you have a history of that content. We can work together with others, such as the standards bodies represented up here, to develop interoperable standards that respect this type of affirmative authenticity. And maybe most importantly, we can educate the populace on what this type of information means. Because when my grandmother sees something on Twitter, I don't think my grandmother uses Twitter, honestly, but if she did, and she saw something on Twitter that purported to be from the BBC, this is a great mechanism for her to ensure that it actually did come from the BBC. But it's not foolproof, and she doesn't understand that today. And so widespread education of enterprises, of individuals is important in order for us to be able to differentiate generative AI from non-AI content today. That's actually my spiel. And thank you very much. I'll turn it over. Yeah, I'll turn it over to Leonard and he'll tell you why everything I just said is wrong and it really will work.
But if you could bring up my presentation, I would appreciate it. So while Andrew is getting that up, I'll introduce myself. So I am Leonard Rosenthal. I'm presenting today wearing my hat as the chair of the technical working group for the C2PA. So I am responsible for leading the group that has prepared the standard that you have heard mentioned a few times and will throughout the day. And what I want to do is follow on Andrew's comments and really give you a bit more introduction into content credentials, what they are, how they work, and as Andrew said, also even how they don't work. Perfect. All right. Hit Control L. You're welcome. Take it back to the beginning. There you go. Perfect. Okay, great. So Also in my, as I say, my day job, I am the senior principal architect for content authenticity at Adobe. So we want to talk about provenance because at the end of the day, this is what is important. Where did an asset come from? Who created it? When did they do it? What is the information about this asset? And not only at time of creation, but throughout its entire life. And I always like to give the example of purchasing artwork at at Sotheby's or some other famous auction house. And when you do that, you get a piece of paper that gives you the history of that particular painting or piece of art that you purchased. That's provenance. We want to do the same thing for all of your digital assets, whether they are images, videos, documents, audio, 3D, etc. And we'll talk more about that. We want to do that because telling the information, incorporating that information at the time that it happened is much better than detecting it later on. It's not to say that there's anything wrong with detection. Detection absolutely plays a part of provenance because even the act of detecting it should be recorded. Oh, I did a detection and you're not, or you are a fake. Let's record that as part of provenance. That's part and parcel. So we want to incorporate all of that information. And we need to think about it throughout the life cycle because people edit content. It's almost unheard of for somebody to take a picture right off their camera and not run some filter on it before they post it. Documents get edited. Everything goes through an editing or production process, and that all has to be reflected. So the C2PA, the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, started back in 2020, and we are now over 150 members. These are old slides, but we continue to grow. We also have formal liaisons with various other standards organizations, including the ISO, the IPTC, and others. So we continue to conduct our work as a functioning standards body under the Linux Foundation. And you'll also hear a little bit today about how we've worked with various ISO committees and others to bring that standard through to other formal SDOs. So you may also have heard of another organization called the Content Authenticity Initiative. These are two separate organizations. We like to think of the C2PA as the architects. We build the standards, we do all of the technical work, and then the Content Authenticity Initiative goes out and markets it for us. They also happen to build a well-known implementation as well. But the core standards, all of the work you're hearing, this idea of content credentials, that's all from C2PA. And so that's really the name we want you to focus on in the organization. So what are these things? Content credentials are if you want to think of it this way, it's a chunk of data or metadata that represents that provenance. And it consists of a couple of components. The most important component is something we call an assertion. An assertion is a statement of fact, a statement of information. When was the coordinates where this photograph was taken? For example, the software that was used to edit the video. All of these things and many, many more are assertions. And there are standard assertions, and you can also create custom assertions. There are assertions that represent known metadata standards like EXIF and IPTC or XMP, and again, a variety of other things. In addition to the assertions, we also have this idea of ingredients. So many types of assets. Video is a great example. Video is not just one big thing. You create a video by taking multiple video clips, by combining a piece of audio, you potentially add captioning to it. Each one of those components we call an ingredient. And each one of those ingredients may itself have provenance. Oh, this audio clip comes from here. This video clip comes from here. Someone had to create the captioning. Maybe even was an AI that auto captioned. Each one of those things has to be incorporated into the final asset and into that final asset's provenance. So that all comes together into a claim. And then the claim is digitally signed. And we'll talk about that in a bit. So that Signing is done using the exact same technology that secures the World Wide Web and has for 20 plus years, and also is used when you sign a PDF, when you sign a document, it's the same technology. So standard hashing and also standard signatures, what's called X509 in the parlance. But if you used to see in that lock icon in your browser, if you've ever signed a PDF, it's all the same thing. So there's nothing new here. We're just taking well-established technology and we're reapplying it into the concept of asset provenance. We also have a mechanism we call soft bindings, and those will come into play in a bit when we talk about what happens, as Andrew mentioned, when these content credentials are stripped, are removed from the asset, as Andrew mentioned, in something usually not even on purpose. You just upload it, as he said, to Facebook. They're removed. How else can we locate them? And our soft bindings are going to come into play there. All of this information comes together, and I was just speaking to someone on the elevator about this on the way to lunch. Humans are the only thing that can determine trust. A machine cannot determine whether or not you can trust something because it can't have the same emotional experiences that you as a human do. So it can give you all the facts, and that's what the machine is going to do. It's going to give you a series of trust signals. You know, again, who created it? When did they create it? Why? But at the end of the day, you make the decision about whether or not you trust it. And that's got to come from the human at the end of the process. As we mentioned, credentials are usually embedded. We recommend that they are always embedded, and they can be embedded into numerous image, video, audio, document formats. We've even worked with the font industry. You can put one into a font and establish the authenticity of a font or a collection of information. So if you have a zip archive with a bunch of stuff. We also have been working with the AI training folks. So if you're creating an AI training data set, you can establish the provenance of all of your training data. But it's not limited to being embedded. You can stick them in file systems, blockchains, up in the cloud. It's all about there's one record of provenance and it can be stored wherever it's relevant. And as Andrew mentioned, we need to combine that embedding with other mechanisms. And we call this and the whole durable content credentials. So combining watermarking, combining fingerprinting, combining embedding, the three of these things when used together give you a durable content credential. So it's that same kernel of provenance, it's that same piece, but it's detectable even when some piece has been altered or removed. And I'll just point out as we talk about generative AI today, two specific things there. One is the content credentials are extremely important in identifying where generative AI is used, not just in creation, but also in editing. So you can see an example here. We can guess that the photograph was of the gentleman, but the flowers were added by AI. And so that's identified that way. The photo was taken, it was created, and then AI came along and edited it. And so each of those pieces are reflected. It can even reflect exactly the region of the image that was modified as well. And all of that is incorporated. And on the right, you see the fact that by leveraging the watermarking and fingerprinting technologies, if I take a photograph of a generative AI picture off a monitor, I can recover all of that information. And so, as I mentioned, we have this logical progression of going through from creation, editing, publishing, sharing, and finally viewing as your content credentials get added into the full set of provenance behind a given asset. And the last thing I want to mention as it relates to AI, and this came up earlier today, is this idea of opt-in for training. So we have been working with the European Union since its original TDM legislation to establish an assertion for enabling your assets to be declared whether or not they are allowed to be used for, allowed or not allowed to be used for various types of AI operations. Not only do we support training, but we also support its use in inference or in generalized data mining. And so we've recently been in discussions with the EU Commission about having this recognized. They like this idea. It's not just a single binary, but they're very excited about the fact that it's a multi-level establishment of rights and fits very nicely into TDM legislation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to
Who? You're
excellent.
You're next.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As my slides just coming up, and I'd like to do a bit of self-introduction. My name is Hu Zhengkun from SenseTime, which is a leading AI company based in Shanghai, China. But we have global reach in 15 different countries and regions. And today, it's my pleasure to have this opportunity to share some of the work that we have done on content provenance and protection. I just click here. Just in time. Just in time. Thank you. So a little bit about our company. We started from a lab at Hong Kong, Chinese University of Hong Kong, and originally we were focused on computer vision, and then as the transformer architecture came up, and we also start working on large models since 2019. And last year, April, we officially released our large model sets called SenseNova, and it comes with a foundation model and 5 different applications, including our version of ChatGPT SenseChat, and our version of Midjourney SenseMirage, which is text image generation platform, and also a digital avatar generation platform. It's called SenseAvatar, and large space 3D reconstruction platform that supports city level 3D reconstruction in like a couple of days, called SenseSpace. And the last is our smaller objects reconstruction platform called SenseThings. And our base models currently is in its 5th iteration, and it was trained on 10 terabytes of high quality tokens, and it supports 200,000 context windows, and it comes with different size, so that supports both on edge or in cloud employment, and all that's running on our AI infrastructure called SenseCore, which is our AI cloud computing service. And we're also bringing our AIGC multimodal capabilities to the creative industries, including the content creators and the entertainment industry, and banks and museums, parks, etc. Those are just some of our clients, including Line, Bilibili, which is our version of YouTube in China. So as we work with our partners in the creative industries, we started to notice their concerns on content provenance and tracing. And as a company, we make perfect out of solving problems for our customers. So and naturally, we start to think how we can help solve the content provenance issue for our customers. So then that's how we get into the field of digital watermarking. But the traditional digital watermarks techniques, they are prone to alterations. People with technical background, they can edit or remove it, and they are not adaptive to newer attack types, especially with the rapid development of AI, generative AI, and also with generative AI, and there's a lower bar for attack, and also a more challenge in traceability. But from our perspective, I think there's also one more important challenge currently facing the content provenance, which is like my previous speaker mentioned, it's the interoperability of different technologies, right? Different standards, how we can have, for example, have a master key for all the different tools that we use on different products. That's one of the challenge that I think the ITU is best equipped to address. And on the policy-wise, the Chinese regulators has been moving fast on putting up necessary safeguards on that in that regard. In 2022, the Cyberspace Administration of China released the provisions on management of deep synthesis in Internet Information Service, in which they specify that providers of deep synthesis service should adopt technical measures to add identifiers that do not affect user experience to the information content generated or added using their service. And in 2023, last year, when the first regulation in the world on AIGC came out, they also reiterated the requirement in Article 12, the interim measures for the administration of generative AI service require providers in accordance with the provision that I just mentioned, identify generated content such as images and videos and excluded text, because there are challenges in adding watermarks in text. And at the same time, the National Information Security and Standardization Technical Committee also released a practice guide for cybersecurity standards, content labeling methods for generative AI service to support the execution of that interim measures, in which they specify two different kinds of watermarking requirements. One is explicit, which means that to add translucent text embedded within the user interface or background, adjustable for visibility without hindering functionality. From my perspective, I think this requirement is mainly for the notice purpose to remind the users that they are interacting with AI generated contents. And the second one is implicit watermarking, which is directly related to the digital watermarking technology I'm going to talk about. So it means it requires modified contents invisibly to humans, but can be extracted through technical means. In this specification, they also mainly focus on images, audio, and video excluded text. And at the end, it also require when the file is outputted into a file, the content is outputted into a file format, an extended field should be added to the file metadata for, I think this is related to CDPA, yeah. So the Chinese regulators is already taking a mixed approach to make sure the content provenance is effectiveness. Yeah. So a very brief background how we get into the digital watermarking, content provenance technology innovation. So we started on AI governance, setting up a comprehensive AI governance framework in 2019, and in 2022 we started working on develop comprehensive AI governance technology or toolbox for our internal use. And that's when we got into the digital watermarking domain. And last year, we also launched our, we call AI governance infrastructure. It's a toolbox called Essentials. And we also make some of our technology, including digital watermarking and also our, we call proactive poisoning techniques to protect our digital content openly available on our open platform for AI security and governance. So this is the I think some key properties of our digital watermarking technology. First, there's no visibility for humans to see the watermarks information, and the whole entire encoding and decoding process is encrypted. So there's to make sure they are secure, and they can be applied to different type of content, including bitmap image, vector graphics, and videos and audios. And they are doing pretty good against cropping, compressing, because we are working with our industry partners like game studios and some filmmakers, because a lot of people taking photos, and we are trying to get digital watermarking technology on incorporate in the phone, so that they can, when they take photos, they have watermarking on their photos, so that when they share it on their social media, there's a traceability in that photo. Yeah. So these are some of the examples of the interference or attack types, such as rotation, pixel noise, and blurring. And why our digital watermarking technology can achieve a stronger robustness. I think that's because we are adopting deep learning models in our technique as our technique. So the whole encoding and decoding process is completely done by models, and it's data driven. So it comes with a better general ability, and it's more adaptive to different or unknown attack types. And but the traditional watermarking technology, they are more like rules based. If the designer of this watermarking or developer of the watermarking technology, they don't have they don't foresee a certain type of content or attacks, the digital watermark will be easily be removed or edited. So these are some of the demos that we have done on the sound, audio, or and video. Is it playing? Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you've noticed any difference. There's supposed to be no difference on in a video or audio. Yeah. And our digital watermark, it can contain 128 bits information, and it's customizable. Yeah. So we tried to print a watermarked image into physical copy, and still our decoder can still decode the watermark, extract the watermark information. Down at the left corner is the sequence is our digital watermark information, and again it's customizable. And the top right is the accuracy rate. So basically, it can I think it can change the goods, I mean physical goods packaging tracing paradigm. So you don't have to use barcode anymore. You can use the digital watermark and to do tracing. So there's another technology that we have developed for the purpose of protecting content creators. So let's say, for example, some people draw artwork and they want to share on their social media, but they don't necessarily want their work to be used for model training, right? Without their authorization. So we come with this adversarial decoupling augmentation framework, Essentially, it's add a poisoned the content or add noise interference onto that content, so that it will affect the process of the deep learning models to fit that the features. So it interferes the relationship on that graphics space. So that way, it can protect the content from unauthorized use. I'm not sure if you still you can recall that in 2022 there's a news breakout on one of the character designer from Disney. Some people use 32 image of her work to replicate the style and to generate a lot of that or mass produce that image on the internet. So we tried our technology onto that the same image, and you see on the right side the gray square is the noise or poison we add to that to the image. So without the protection, you can the model can pretty much replicate the Disney style, but with the protection, you can see it comes out with the same prompt. It comes out with different results. It can also be used on privacy protection, right? A lot of people like to share their selfie on Instagram, on their social media, right? But nowadays, with only 20 picture of somebody, we can, with like I mentioned, we have a Sense Avatar platform. With 20 image, we can generate a realistic a digital version of that person. So if people sharing their image on their social media, there may be bad actors. They can download that image and generate a digital avatar, a digital version of that targeted person, and do scanning. I think that's there are some cases already happened in China. So our technologies now are available on our open platform for AI security governance, and the people who are interested can take a look. And we are still improve that website. So in the future, we'll support English language and more functions. That's all my sharing.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have John Geeter.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Andrew. How close do I have to be? There we go. So yeah, what I'm going to do, hopefully, is to kind of reinforce what's come before with a sense of practicality. So yeah, where are the drivers? How do we really frame this problem to eat the elephant one bite at a time? And what can we do today with what we have? So like everybody else, I'm wearing two hats. I also like to use Gen AI, so I have a visual for that. But yeah, same deal as everybody else. I have a day job. I'm the founder of a small company that does provenance transparency services for things like media transparency protection, but also pretty much any digital supply chain, from paperwork that follows nuclear materials around through to sort of transparency for carbon trading and things like that. So I do have that hat, but I also am the co-chair of IETF working group called the Supply Chain Integrity, Transparency and Trust, which is a standard looking to make interoperable provenance at the deepest layer for any software or the data that goes in and drives that software. So again, very much a standards view. So yeah, we're here, I assume everybody's here to actually make a change in the world, and we need to know how to do that and sort of share the load appropriately. And it takes more than just goodwill to do that. In order to make action, very top, I thought would be the most or least controversial, depending where you sit. But you know, there's always a question over whether regulation is a good thing. I think regulation is a good thing if only because it helps to shape priorities and it tells people what they should care about more or less, and really kind of make everybody pull in the same direction, because this stuff is deep and it's technical and it's moving fast, and it's just really hard to know what you should do unless you've got that kind of help. But you also, of course, need the standards that we've talked about, because otherwise it's very difficult to make progress. You don't want everybody doing the same work in parallel. And you also then need products on top. This is where everybody having two hats, I think, is very useful here, because while having open standards and interoperability and competition is good, ultimately we do need businesses to package that up and make it consumable by everyday people. Otherwise, it's just not going to go anywhere. So to the question of the sort of regulations, I originally had standards in my draft of these slides, and then realized in a place like this, some people think of standards very differently depending on whether you're a lawyer or a policymaker or a techie. So let's just stick with the regulation thing. Important to note is that this slide is already out of date. If I'd written it 2 days ago, it would be out of date now. So I didn't bother, but just note the acceleration towards the end of that constant speed of things coming along. And by the way, there's a lot of small text on these slides. This is for the purposes of the takeaway. These slides will be published after the conference. I'm not going to read it out now, but you don't need to squint or take photos. I'm just going to go through a couple of them and pick up some high-level takeaways. So there's this AI Bill of Rights. This was one of the very earliest US publications on the current thread. So this is the one saying, well, gosh, this seems very important. We ought to define at least what we want the outcomes for society to be. And an interesting thing is that very early on, we start to get this call for metadata and data provenance. So even in something that is not a technical spec, it's very much about access to finance. It's about fair processing of resumes in job applications. Even so, the recognition of data provenance is there. As we move on through the executive order for safe and trustworthy use of artificial intelligence, it talks again about authenticating content, tracking provenance, and even it goes on and on. There's so many things, but taking this approach of safety through provenance tracking, knowing where it came from, being able to make that assessment, that's the overwhelming thread in there. And by the time you get to the NTIA's accountability policy report, which is almost the most recent, it's a very deep document. And importantly about this document, they took over 1,500 inputs from a fairly balanced set of industry professionals, of academics, and of policymakers, and kind of threw it all together in a synthesized report. These numbers are slightly low. These are the numbers in the body of the text. They're actually higher if you include the footnotes. But 300 mentions of accountability. This is a very, very strong theme. If you're going to use this technology, be accountable for what you're doing. 93 occurrences of transparency and 39 just for provenance. And in fact, there's a whole section on provenance in there as a key leg for this stool. And the piece that's been said already, but I want to really reinforce it now, is that there is a bit of a responsibility in the world, I think, to meet in the middle. So sometimes the techies go too far. We concentrate on the details. I've been doing the sharp end of cryptography for the last 25 years. I'm the most guilty of any, if you let me loose, to just concentrate on very arcane details of very small bits of math. But actually, you have to make these things usable. At the same time, the world is becoming more complex, and there is some responsibility, I think, on the world at large to come some way to meeting us on this issue. And I think the place where we can have a nice balance, and as is the quote at the very bottom of here, is that actually we've got a nice approach to knowing where things come from. It's very much like food labeling. You want to know what's in it, and you want to know where it came from, and you want to know if it was processed in a facility containing nuts. We can do that for you, and that's in a nice package. The ask of society then is, well, then demand that. Just the same way as you don't buy packaged food anymore without the ingredients on it. Don't consume data. Don't believe news if it doesn't have content credentials and durable credentials on it. It's not a tough ask. It is something to learn, but it's not a tough ask, just the same as you look both ways before you cross the street. This is the kind of thing that we need to do. So that's that's the sort of policy stuff. And then by the time we get to the actual technical standards, so things like NIST, SP 800 218A, something that I think we should find heartening. So if you're an implementer watching this, or if you're looking for sort of product direction or what can I consume, something I find very heartening is that this is not a brand new spec that they've done from the ground up saying, oh my God, AI is so complicated, it needs its own rules. This is an extension of the secure software development lifecycle rules that we already had. Because at the end of the day, yes, it is an order of magnitude faster and more powerful. Yes, it can have more impact, but AI ultimately is software running with data. Lots of reasons why it's much more abstract than that in all kinds of ways. You can't, we used to have this thing called MISRA C that dictated exactly which parts of the C language you were allowed to use. We can't regulate it at the very low technical level the same way because it doesn't work in the same way. But as far as it impacts society, essentially this is just software invading your life, and we can regulate it in very similar ways to that. And this is the way that NIST is going. And I think it's very interesting that they too have had provenance in almost half of that document. So they're taking that road. So the common thread, the reason why provenance is so prevalent is that essentially a huge number of the problems, certainly not all the problems, and definitely by the time you get to nation state actors and things, not all the problems, but to a very large degree for the average person facing an average threat profile, if you can do away with these three issues of either backdating data, shredding data, or tampering with data, a lot of those issues of accountability and transparency, the ability for you to make your own decisions, the confidence that bad actors and companies will be held accountable if they do bad things, all of that comes to life if you can just do away with those three things. And that's why we have provenance. So that's the landscape. I think that's pretty clear. And if anybody's a policymaker here and hadn't heard about data or content provenance, then there's all the motivation to start including that. On the technical side, to actually make this thing work, then we have a similar three-legged stool. It's already been explained, but what I want to do is go through exactly how they mesh together to give you the kind of durable credentials and trust that you want. So metadata, as we've seen, the content credentials, great as a lingua franca. This and sometimes when I say this, people think I'm being dismissive. I'm really not. The ability for many applications and many use cases to understand what I mean by location or person, or what you mean by time, that's actually super important, and we get that. But some of the issues with that is, it's attached to the file. So if you have two copies of the file now, they diverge. That might be what you wanted, but it might not. And as we've mentioned, it's also pretty easy to lose it. The last thing that hasn't been mentioned, which is kind of interesting, is that it's possible to create kind of very secure lies by applying your own credential to somebody else's content. And then so, it's possible to complicate the question. But happily, C2P8, as we've heard, is tackling those questions, providing us a base. And just because there are problems doesn't mean we shouldn't keep working on it. This is just to recognize, how much further we have to go. Watermarks, much more durable. We've just heard from SenseTime. They can be used in more adversarial scenarios because they're harder to strip. It's not impossible, but it's harder. And so that's good. And they provide us with a key leg of the stool that I'll show you in a demo in a second. But watermarks don't tend to have a very big information capacity, a big information domain. So you couldn't put all of that rich information about all the edits in an embedded thing directly. It just works as a kind of an ID or a signpost to get at that. And in this area, I say no standards. That's a bit bold. There are people working on some standards, but it's significantly less well advanced and less collaborative than the other areas. So it's a thing to look at. There is a lot of fragmentation there. And the last thing is transparency services. So this is a kind of broad term, but from my standards work, this is the term we use for the generic implementation of something that keeps an audit trail of all your data. These are good because they have broader applicability than just media. So the provenance of something that you're using, if you get into something like a data set, it includes things like process artifacts. So, some of the regulations require you to say, was the person signing this off suitably approved or suitably qualified. And you can do all of that sort of stuff much more easily if you kind of drop down and then process that in a different application domain. So you get a broader set of things. It is much more resilient to stripping because by design, I'll show you very briefly how this works, but by design, you don't keep the two things together. So now instantly the attacker has to hack two different systems that work completely differently. And it prevents things like shredding and backdating. It can hold people accountable. As a very simple example, if somebody gets into trouble for using copyrighted or prohibited content in a training set, and they want to say, oh, no, I didn't, and they very quickly change their answer, or they sweep it out of the training set before the auditors arrive, using transparency services and durable proofs can kind of hold them accountable. So they publish at whatever point in time, they say, this is currently our training set. They don't release it, it's not public, but they're cryptographically bound to exactly one version, so that then if you have to investigate it, you know pretty damn instantly whether they're telling you the truth or not. And that brings that not only the transparency, but the accountability portion. But also not perfect. Locating the trails can be tricky. There are lots of different places where it might be. You need to have that signpost in order to know where to look. For the exact reason that it's great, it's not attached to the file. It's also a weakness because you don't necessarily know where to find it. So there is standards effort here, as I've mentioned. It's the one that I'm associated with. And what we're aiming for is it's very low level, it's very techy. The IETF defines the very low level bits and bytes that run the internet, so it's always very techy. But crucially, what it does is that it makes sure no matter what your application is, the data it receives is verifiably the data it was supposed to be sent. And it does that independently of the two ends. So even if you've got a bad actor on one side, what the issuer does when they sort of make their claim, they say, I made this thing, I AI doctored this image, whatever it might be, they put it in the transparency service, they get back a thing called a receipt. And this is a kind of sealed proof with timestamps that can't be backdated, with identity information that can't be obscured, and with content bindings that can't be shredded. And they get back that receipt that says, yes, this is your thing. If you have a verifier on the other end, they receive that content however the heck they like. So this is not a data room. We're not defining a new transport standard. We're not defining pipes or anything like that, or a sort of re-centralizing the world. They receive that content in any way they want, possibly by sneakernet on a USB stick, doesn't matter. With the receipt or with independent access to the trust services, they can then verify that. So they never need to go back to the producer again. If they think their producer's lying to them, they can get independent proof. And better, because the receipts are based on verifiable data structures with immutability characteristics, they don't even need to trust the transparency service. If they've ever had the receipt once, they can take that, go to a sealed, closed offline room, verify the crypto, and have full confidence that the artifact they have in their hand is the one that they were supposed to have and hasn't been tampered since at least the timestamp that's in that receipt. So it's a very low trust environment. You trust the transparency service at the point of stamping something, and thereafter you're all good. If you need to be very, very paranoid and sit in dark rooms, you can do that. Now, I mentioned immutability. So some people instantly think blockchain. Blockchain is an option for keeping that record, but it's not mandatory. So if anybody's worried about, how long will the network live, or who's got the DAO master keys, or any of that sort of stuff, it doesn't matter. The simple way to think about it without having another 20 minutes is the top half of blockchains is essentially the application layer. It's the smart contracts. It's the things that does sort of whizzy, real-time collaborative computing. And the bottom half of a blockchain is a very durable data structure, which gives you some nice cryptographic provability properties like B came after A and X couldn't possibly be in my log, those kinds of things. So essentially what we define in the standard and what I build in my product is just the bottom half. It's that durable log. You can verify these things in 100 years' time if you like. The network could be dead. It still all works. So we're trying very, very hard to make sure that things are very durable, very independent, and as low trust as possible. So I want to give you a quick demo. I will require Andrew to press a button.
made it, when they made it, where did it come from?
That last piece isn't just a remote store of one bit of the file. That's got the entire life history of the thing from before it was watermarked to release approvals to the CTPA and then beyond, so that you can get that real insight. And I don't know if it seemed like an age to you guys, but that was 1 minute and 20 seconds long, including all of my my great stage presence. So the point I really wanted to make with that video is in less than 1 minute, you can protect, attack, and re-protect something with technology and products that exist today in the market. So anybody who's saying this problem is too hard, I would politely suggest he's under-informed, and really what we're trying to do here is show how easy it is to get started and not solve all the problems by any means, but solve a lot of the problems that we have. So what's going well in the space of the standards and things? Well, C2PA, great stuff. SCIT, the IETF stuff, it's coming along. So people are tackling the problem. Products and services are coming along that actually do it. As you've seen, everything that I did on the screen there is production code from real companies that you can get to on the internet today. And I think we've fairly well established with the regulatory landscape that provenance is the key to trust. So what's left to do? We've got to define the problem properly. Just saying deepfakes and screaming is not really helpful. We need to know why we're doing this. And tackling issues of fake news is different to online harms, is different to applying these kinds of technologies to running smart electricity grids. So I think use case-based approach and outcome-based regulation is the way to go and is the way we should be developing. We need to have better promotion. That's kind of part of why we're here today. And we need to have a few more of the bits that cross boundaries, like watermarks, like identifiers. There are a couple of, again, very low level, very technical sort of computer architecture problems, but there are a couple of very thorny problems where if we could get agreement on how you name a thing when it's not on your computer anymore, that would be fantastic. And there we go. So provenance, yay.
Thank you so much. Next up for our final presentation, we have Touradj Ebrahimi.
Thank you very much. Actually, thank you very much. You don't want me to restart, right? Okay. So around 2020, JPEG companies started to think about how can we put a little bit of order into the world of imaging in terms of integrity. Now, deepfakes were not around that time, at least not as popular as now. And the whole idea was, well, most of it was even being done manually, right? With Photoshops and a lot of other solutions that are around. So we actually gathered together a lot of stakeholders for actually quite some time. We tried to understand the problem, to understand how things are happening, what pains people have, and also what solutions are around. And we actually identified, as you said, use cases. And from these use cases, we try to extract some requirements. We issued a call for proposals and received in January 2023 the answer to the call for proposals. Now, one thing about the use cases, as somebody this morning mentioned very correctly, we didn't look at it only in the negative side, right? So there is the negative side, of course, of deepfakes and forgery and fraud and fake news and all these things. But also, you need these kind of standards to help the good guys, those who create content, who are artists, etc. They have to have a way also to convey that what they have produced is authentic, it's coming from them, and everything that goes around it. So from these, we extracted a number of requirements, and I just want to mention three big requirements that came out of the both, let's say, more positive and less positive use cases we examined. One is that you need media creation and modification descriptors. So you don't need just a label. You need really some language that will tell you how the content has been created, if it's coming from a camera, or it is generated partially or fully from mechanism like AI, and what is happening to them. The second thing you need is that you need metadata embedding and referencing. So you need a way to embed and reference this metadata that is connected to the content. And last but not least, of course, you need authenticity, integrity, and some trust models. Now, we issued this call, as I told you. We said, okay, these are the problems we have, and do you have a solution? And a number of companies and universities replied to that. So you see on the top, Adobe C2PA. This is how I met my good friend, Leonard here, who represented Adobe, but also C2PA as one of the solutions. Huawei, Sony, VUB, UPC, and Newcastle University were the others. So we actually scratched our head a little bit, and then out of this, we came up with the first good idea. The effort, we had called it until then fake media. Fake is never good, right? It's not very positive. So we turned it into something more sexy. JPEG Trust. Well, that's marketing matters, right? And we picked also a nice color for it. But not only this, we actually tried to understand perfectly what is the scope of what we want to do. Now, I'm not pretending it is perfect, but at least we tried our best. And the JPEG Trust scope is a framework to establish trust in media, and especially, well, JPEG comedy is image and visual information. And we want to include in this framework authenticity, provenance, integrity through secure and reliable annotation of media assets throughout their life cycle, right? So you have heard this, by the way, a few times today, right? And a few other organizations are trying to do that too. Before I move further, one more thing I want to tell you. There are always, depending on the perspective you have, those who favor one way of doing things to others. And almost more or less everybody is right. One, in security especially, one size does not fit all. You cannot have universal solutions. And in this space of trust, there are basically three approaches. The reactive approaches, these are like detectors. There are proactive approaches that are like signing and provenance, C2PA type of things that is being done. And you have hybrid approaches. Some people call them collaborative approaches, right? Sometimes it's useful if you could find somewhere that some image that you are seeing in some fake news that you have received was actually around for 20 years, and what happened. So this kind of collaborative approach, or let's call it modern fact checking, also is also a good one. JPEG Trust decided it's not going to favor one or the other. We are going to try, because we know there are many, many use cases, and we want to be as seamless as possible, accommodate all of them. Another thing we discovered is that trust is not something that is factual. You cannot say trust this or not trust this. It's really very context dependent. Now, that context dependency should also be in the design. Let me give you an example. If you have, I hope it will never happen to you, but if you have an accident with your car and you want to tell your family that you had an accident, you take a picture and send it to your family members, all what they need is just that it is coming from you. So if you can verify authentication of the content coming from you, that's enough for them. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, if you work for an insurance company, that's not enough, right? So the insurance company doesn't want it to be only from you. It wants it to be, well, it wants more. Like, when did it happen? Maybe your accident was 5 years ago. Where did it happen? Maybe you went somewhere you're not supposed to be. And also things like, has there been any photoshopping or deepfake or some content forgery involved? So they need more, right? And this is very context dependent. So basically the JPEG Trust core principle are built on that. Framework with building blocks that can cope with a variety of use cases. We want to be actually as aligned as possible to existing standards. So of course, JPEG has itself a number of standards. We are aligned with it, but in parallel, C2PA was happening, and it was very, very important for us to be aligned with C2PA because, well, both are great, but if you separate the world into two camps, both lose. So you want to be as aligned as possible. And in fact, C2PA has been also playing the game with us. So actually, JPEG Trust is fully backward compatible or compatible with C2PA. But also the issue of the context dependency and is also there. We can not only help also, like C2PA, by the way, can too, to annotate content that is generated by AI, but also all sorts of others. And we are also compatible with things like deepfake detectors, etc. Let me give you an example of really how we built this. We are going much into a detail. So you see, I didn't put any equations. I'm just putting figures here. So on the left, you have a media asset. For us, it's an image. Could be anything. Could be an audio file or some other things. And usually media assets, they have some content. So in our case, some pixels that represent the image in RGB, for example. You usually have metadata, right? When you take pictures, there's the time and GPS position and lots of other things like how the camera was set up, even the model, etc. that is there. And then you can have also some metadata for the provenance. And in fact, in the case of JPEG Trust, we're fully compatible with C2PA because C2PA was a front runner there. There is a number of big companies behind it. There are things that are happening, so we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. So we are actually fully compatible. Then from these, you can extract what people call trust indicators. So these are things like, some provenance information, and maybe you can actually have some detectors that will tell you whether this content is fake or not. You could have all sorts of things, and it depends on you, whatever you want to put. And these trust indicators, on top of them, you then define for you some trust profile. So you would say, for example, if it's coming from somebody I know and it has the right provenance information and two deepfake detectors are detecting it, then I agree. I will trust it. Otherwise, I won't. Okay, somebody else might have another. So trust profile is basically what the users will define. That's what I said, it's context dependent. So the users may know what they want to do, and then at the end you get some sort of trust report. Of course, you don't do that literally like that. Let me show you another example. This is really how it works. Imagine on the left, this is you. You take a picture with all sorts of metadata, et cetera, that you put in there. Maybe your camera even signs it because it's C2PA compliant, and it will have some other metadata, et cetera. You upload it to your favorite cloud service, I don't know, some social network if you want. The social network is going to look based on what it has received here, even if it wants to actually keep it, right? Because if it knows it's deepfake, maybe it doesn't want to keep it. At least if it is then being claimed as being authentic. So once it is there, then anybody, let's say your friends or people you don't know, they can access that social network. All the metadata and all the information is there. They could have their own profile, and based on their own profile, they can know whether they want to trust or not that content. So it's neither JPEG Trust nor the originator, the creator content, nor the platform that hosting it is going to do that. It's all in the hands of the end user, and this is how it should be. Of course, in many, many cases, there are, when you annotate things, issues that have to do with privacy, etc. That's something also that JPEG Trust handles because it has actually another standard that allows these kind of things. So without again going into a detail, some of these data can be based on JPEG security and privacy standard, which came out a few years ago, also given conditional access. What is now the situation with JPEG Trust? JPEG Trust actually became a draft international standard beginning of the year. So all what is left is now for it to be published. And people who are in standardization, they know that, these things take time because it's publishing, right? It's a much more difficult thing to do than coming up with the design, of course. So it takes usually 6 months. And so we are hoping that by July, so a couple of months from now, you could download the standard. But it is ready, actually. It's already frozen since January. We have a few extensions that we have planned. One of them I put here is Trust Profiles Catalog. This is not something that is normative. It's just informative. Like if you are a camera manufacturer or if you are a social network service provider, etc., which kind of trust indicators do you want to have? And that's we want to these profiles, we want to put them in a catalog. But there are other things also, of course, that are in the road. Since I won't be in the next panel, I have a few things to say. So I abuse my time to just say a few things. And that is about global regulations and standards. Trust is something that is global. It's like a lot of other things, like climate change, etc. So one country or one region of the world cannot resolve the problem completely. So digital trust should be resolved in a global way. And if we want to really do that, we need global standards. We need global standards. And if you really want these standards to be successful, we have to be inclusive. We have to have all the shareholders on the table and be fair, transparent, open, and inclusive, as I said. And in addition, we want to be flexible, right? So rigid standards don't work. You want to have flexible standards that can adapt to different national, regional, or international regulations that are around. Not everywhere in the world the approach to regulation is the same. Some parts of the world, they have a different approach. Sometimes they are, but you want to find the common points among them so that they can become interoperable. I think that trust should be also governed by international community, and it should not be in the hands of one or two companies or countries. That's very, very important. Standards that are really basically dominated by one or two companies or countries, or maybe they will become successful, but maybe in mid and long term, they will create problems. And I think really, because I've been spending almost 3 decades of my life in that environment, ITU, ISO, and NEC have everything that it takes to do that. And I hope really sincerely that if we have to come up with an international standard on trust, it is going to be a joint standard in at least these three, if not more, organizations. I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know we're running slightly short on time, but I have a few wrap-up questions for the panel that I'd like to ask. If you're in the audience with burning questions, please feel free to come up to the panelists afterwards and ask away. They mostly don't bite. So first and foremost, what role do you see ITU playing in watermarking authenticity and provenance? Just feel free to go down the line.
Well, you already said something, so I think you're out. You're out. I mean, I think as Touraj said, I think he said it well, which is this is an international problem that cannot be solved by any one country or set of companies. And so, while, the work of C2PA may have started in the C2PA, as you saw on my slide, we've been working with international standards bodies, ISO, ETSI, et cetera, already to bring it to the international community. And this week is a great opportunity to make that even larger, but with the inclusion of the ITU. So I welcome it. I think it's the right thing to do, is to bring it out to the wider community.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the sheer age of the ITU is really interesting, because this isn't like we're not at the end of history. This is in many ways the beginning, but we can also learn a lot from the past. There's a ton of technology in other areas, in other parts of even IoT security and places like that we can apply immediately if we just have that kind of holistic wide view. So I think a body like the ITU, which already had the wisdom to bring this community together here, carrying that on, achieving the goals that we just heard, I'm very grateful for it. It's a great thing.
Yeah, like I said in my presentation, I think the ITU is the best equipped in handling on the international collaboration or standardization on digital watermarking. I think there's already a synergy from the major global players from Europe, from China and the US. They all stated in their policy that there's a requirement for content labeling, right? So I think ITU can build on that synergy and bring all parties together and come up with a common solution on digital watermarking. Thanks.
Me too. So I will say that in addition to the major players that you just discussed, ITU has an incredible convening power for the minor players, right? 193 member nations, if I got that right. I hope I got that right. Excellent. 193, probably 40 of them are already playing in this environment. We have to get to the other 153, and ITU is the way to do that.
Absolutely. And one final question for everyone. If there's one thing that you want people to take away from today's session, what would it be?
The situation's getting better. Look, we are not at a loss here. We have tools that are available today to help indicate whether or not material should be trusted to users of a wide variety. What we have to do is get those tools into the hands of the creators and the consumers to allow them to be used so that, again, my grandmother can know whether or not the thing that she sees on a social network should be trusted or not.
Yeah, I would say spread the words, because there are so many tools available, publicly available online. So just tell everybody, use it.
So that's a me too, but also if you were people here are probably in a position of influence to take some of this information back and do that outreach. So if you're in a position to tell people who maybe don't know about the availability of things that Andrew mentioned, then absolutely lean on them. It's very clear from the evidence that provenance is a huge part of this, solving this problem. And yeah, let's get moving.
Yeah, I'll take, I mean, in addition to the Me Too's, I'll actually add a little I would say negative comment, but more practical, which is that, we've solved a lot of the problems. You've heard about a lot of this throughout the day and throughout the week. There's still much more to do. Not practically, technically, educationally, and that I would say my call is get involved. Come join, bring your use cases, the types of things Touraj talked about. Bring, in different industries. We've heard about some very unique things. Body cameras and security cameras are like, oh, okay. Finance, are there all sorts of areas where this idea of provenance could play out and isn't today? And I think one of the growing areas is going to be figuring out how we apply it in these other places.
So I guess I have the last word. In addition to the global standardization effort that I mentioned, not one country or few, not one company or a few, not one organization standard setting, but as many as possible. I think that in parallel, we should not forget, in addition to global standards, we need to convince regulators to use these standards, and we have to have a very, very strong and solid solution for certification. That is something that is very important, because anybody can claim that they are compatible with standards, but you need actually a way to prove that. And in fact, it's not new in many situations. Standardization, regulation, and certification have gone hand in hand. Here we should do the same. Not only we need global standards, we have to start from the beginning, informing and maintaining, and I don't know what's the right word for that, caring to our regulators around the world. So every one of you are ambassadors now to go back, talk to them if you have contacts, and the certification. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think now we have a break, but thank you to all of our panelists for your wonderful presentations and answers.
Hello, everyone. We're about to start. So welcome back in. Yeah, one more. He's coming. So. Okay. Okay, welcome back. It's great to see some of our familiar faces through the whole day. Very delighted that you're sticking with us. We have our last session. We have heard a lot of information has been shared, but one common thread through the session, a sense of urgency that this is one of the most important problems that we are facing in this era of generative AI, and a call to our friends from the different standardization organization and ITU to help us to coordinate and harmonize the different efforts that are playing an important role in this very complex space. So I'd like to introduce our last panel. Bilel, now they know you very much, our Deputy Director at TSB ITU, Silvio Dulinski, Deputy Secretary General ISO, Gilles Tonnet, Deputy Secretary General IEC, Thomas, that it's about to join us in a moment. Andrew Jenks, here we go. Thomas is coming. We have just learned so much from you, Thomas. Renard, Chief Architect Adobe and representing C2PA, and John Gator. Also, thanks for your contribution to the previous section from Data Trail. So I'll start with a very simple question. Hi, Thomas. And our opening for this discussion is I'll pass the microphone around the room, and we want to understand a little bit better from the standardization group and our standardization organization where we are today. How much do we have in the standards? And then later we will discuss what's missing and what's next.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, for doing a fantastic job leading us throughout the workshop today, and also for this session. Good afternoon, everyone. Just in terms of your first question, during the different sessions of the workshop today, we saw evidence of the rapid emergence of a new generation of digitally manipulated media using AI technology capable of generating highly realistic videos, also known as deepfakes. In 2019, the most cutting-edge AI systems struggled to generate coherent paragraphs. Today, in 2024, AI systems can already support automated superscale phishing attacks, identity theft, and scams via high-fidelity voice cloning, autonomous hacking agents, mass persuasion campaigns, and able to produce voice of famous artists and even their works. And of course, during an election year, this is very problematic to democracy and many politicians. These capabilities have emerged suddenly within the last 18 months and would have been considered the stuff of science fiction as recently as 2020. So in the last 5 years, this technology has moved so rapidly, and that's why we also have to move so rapidly as standards organizations. There are also technological solutions that may prevent an image or audio clip from being used as an input or creating deepfakes that may limit its potential impact. The ITU, the standardization activities, are currently focused on technological solutions encompassing adversarial attacks on deepfake algorithms, strengthening the makers of authenticity of audiovisual materials, and audio anti-spoofing countermeasures aimed at robocalls using audio deepfakes. For example, in our study group 11, there is a new standard that will certify the caller ID when you get, because today you can spoof the caller ID very easily. And there is a growing spam of voice calls around the world where you get unsolicited calls. And it looks like a number that you know, but with the certification of the caller ID, we could certainly turn down the spams and authenticate the callers. So with that, I'll stop here and pass it on to Sylvia. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilel. Thank you, Alessandra, for convening us here, everyone for being with us. Look, ISO, I think in February this year, our council, our board met, and when we think about they thought about the role of ISO in standardization in the field of AI, it's really about how we can be an enabler organization that works together with others. It's like together with IC and ITU, having that convening power that was referred earlier in the previous panel, that actually bringing many other actors so that we ensure inclusivity. Because one big challenge that we have in this field, and as in many others on the standardization, and was highlighted this week, is about inclusivity. It's like in the sense that it's to be expected, it's natural, but we need to counterbalance the fact that developed economies, advanced economies will have more resources, will be the countries, nations that will have the companies developing AI systems, and the many other countries where this will be deployed might not have the same resources to have a seat at the table. I think one important part of our standardization activities is actually how do we ensure that we have a a balanced, a fair, inclusive system where all voices are truly heard in an effective way. Because another challenge is that it's not sufficient that people sit at the table. It's like they need to have a true opportunity to influence the discussion. As many of you probably have experienced that it's not enough, right? That you are in the room, but actually you don't really feel that you belong there, you'll have that opportunity. So that's the first part that I would like to mention in terms of the what ISO is doing there. The second is about some structural standards that actually we have a joint technical committee with IEC, that many of you know about the SC42 on AI. And that is coordinated through a mechanism with ITU. Actually, there's some other organizations where that group, they, as all other technical committees of our organizations, they have to do a strategic plan for the future. They need to really think about what is the need in the market. It's really a bottom-up process. We are not deciding here in Geneva what standards need to be produced, right? It's like it's really that group defining it. And there's a strong focus on foundational systemic standards that can have this structural impact in the whole ecosystem. And the third aspect, my last one, from the specific case of ISO, we are privileged to cover many verticals, many areas, right? Health, transportation, finance, energy, sustainability. It's like many of them overlapping again with my colleagues here. And so that we make sure that it's not enough that we develop AI standards, and specific in this area, but how do we ensure that actually those standards, those groups, the technical committees operate in those areas refer to what is happening in the AI specific field and integrate that in those areas. When you think about health, when you think about, it was mentioned earlier, right? It's like in photography, in image, in telecommunications, we're talking about the brain behind these all sessions here in digital services, right? It's like all of this is very important that we are thinking not only on the vertical of AI per se, but across all different sectors. Thank you.
Thanks, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, look, the good thing of being with ISO in a panel is that you can convey the same message twice, and with ITU actually 3 times. And actually, for those of you who were in the previous session, which was actually very educational and instructive, I think our colleague Touradj Ebrahimi here in the room did an excellent job and probably spoiled the party a little bit for ISO and IEC by describing or giving you a comprehensive overview of JPEG Trust, which is one of the highlights of our, let's say, common joint standards development, hopefully with ITU as well. So just building upon what Silvio just said, together with ISO, IEC basically provide an ecosystem for standardization. And well, you all know, I guess, JTC1 is one of the leading committee on standardization with a lot of collaboration with ITU. Of course, there are probably 3 parts which are relevant to the topic we're talking about today. One subcommittee on audio, video, image coding that, again, Touradj explained with some really interesting development building upon all the history we have around JPEG. Now JPEG Trust being the latest development, hopefully coming out later this year. We heard around summertime, so the standard is almost ready. But there are also 2 other committees or subcommittees which are relevant. Silvio mentioned AI. So we have SC42, which actually just made available its latest standards about AI governance, which is a management standards. So it's ISO IC 42001. And then the last one is about cybersecurity. We heard also in the panel previously that security is important, security, privacy, and we have a lot of activities together with ISO on IT security in SC27. So we have this whole ecosystem, and we have really an existing platform to work also together with ITU on those topics. So if we talk about multimedia, we talk about multimedia authentication. there's actually no need to reinvent the wheel. We have a platform in place where we can collaborate. We heard about C2PA, for instance, which is aligned with JPEG Trust. So I think we have all the ingredients today to make it successful. What's probably missing, and I guess we're going to discuss it in this panel, is how do we bridge the gap to the policymakers, to the legislators, to the governments, because our standards are voluntary. They're not laws, they're not rules, they're not regulations. So how do we bridge this gap? And that's really where the UN systems can really help us.
Thanks. So I can't help but be reminded of the standard joke that the great thing about standards is there's so many to choose from. And the extension of that, of course, is, oh, we've got 14 different standards for this thing. I know what we need. We need a unifying standard. The result of this is that we now have 15 different standards for this thing. And also ironic that the last panel was 5 and now we're 6. So it looks like we're embodying that, but we're not. The thing that I think is really important about this and making progress is that to make these things work, and they are relatively complex, they're complex in societal terms, in regulations, in geographic and political terms, they're also complex in technical terms. So we all have a different part to play. I think the interesting challenge that we have is to make sure that everybody focuses on the bit that they're doing and do that really great. And just to speak for myself and for the work of the Integrity, Transparency and Trust Working Group and the members of that and the work that goes on there, we try very, very hard not to define, for example, what's an image, because that would tread on toes. It would make it difficult to be interoperable. At the same time, you know, it's useful if policymakers try not to go too deep into the tech, because by the time it gets published, it'll be out of date and it won't really work very well. So the kind of the danger of this thing is just making sure that we all know who each other is, so that we work on our best expert pieces in the best way we can, and then they'll kind of fit together in the way. I didn't keep count, but I think there were at least 5 slides in the last session that had jigsaw pieces on. Making a real jigsaw in technology standards landscape is a lot harder than it sounds, but I think we're up for the challenge and we should do that. The good side of this, of course, I don't want to sound negative on that at all. The good thing about this is that it basically means everybody has an opportunity to collaborate. Because if you're sitting there and think, well, I don't know anything about advanced modern cryptography, I can't possibly help. Well, that's not the case, because there are other parts, you know, from what we've just heard already, what we're about to hear, there are other places where skills in communication are important, where skills in promotion or scaling are important. So you don't have to be technical at all to fit somewhere in those Lego pieces or those jigsaw pieces and make a real difference. So that's the piece where I think collaboration and coordination really needs to go now. We've done the experiments and we know what we need to do. So now we can get down and do it if we keep working together.
I'm actually going to, it was perfect because I'm going to follow a little bit, build on that, and without also taking away from too much from Andrew to follow me. But I think that as we look at the landscape here and we talk about, these sort of the 3 big standards organizations, all who happen to be in the room and on the panel, of course, ISO, ITU, and IEC. One of the things that and they're great, and it is extremely important that we bring that community, as we've been talking about all day and all week, together to take it to the rest of the world. And Andrew, you said something really well in the last session about, reaching the little ones, not just the big, and that we need all 193. I got that number right. Yes. Okay, good. I know. That's why I checked with you. Get all of those together. One of the things that, and as important as that is, one of the other aspects of that in thinking about the standardization efforts is also going to the other standards bodies that focus on implementations, if you will, or focus on specific industries and verticals. One of the things we've been doing at C2PA itself is to do that. So we've been reaching out, especially, we've done it for a while, but very recently we've established a relationship with the W3C. They've come to us and they're they've wanted to bring C2PA into the web itself. How do we bring that into browsers? How do we make that a core part of the World Wide Web? And so, you know, there's a great opportunity there. And as part of this effort we're talking about today, let's get that into the web. The PDF Association, which is the organization that is responsible for PDF as an international standard, and all of its impact, have been working with us recently. How do we bring provenance to the world of documents and to the, you know, a very, very rich environment there. And so this idea that not only do we have this core standard, these puzzle pieces, as you said, John, you know, but what is the puzzle? How are those puzzles going to get used? What are the pictures that are on the puzzle? If I continue on this interesting analogy, that's also has to be part of our thinking, and something we've started, I think absolutely needs to continue as part of this effort that we're building on.
We digitized our lives about 30 years ago. We started, and now everything that we do is online and is digital. And when we did that, we lost a whole bunch of the stuff that we had during person-to-person interactions. Our job as standards bodies is to help rebuild several of those things in the digital world. And our goal at C2PA is to do that in as lazy a fashion as possible. And what I mean by that is there's absolutely no reason for us to be redefining specifications that exist other places. We should be using assertions from W3C. We should be using assertions from IPTC. We should be using things from ISO and ITU and IEC and other places that already exist because they already exist. We're rebuilding the fabric of networks and protocols, and we have to figure out how to do that in the least disruptive way possible so that we actually receive traction for these technologies and we actually bring transparency back to our digital lives. And I know that that was a little left turn from what everybody else said, but it's what I wanted to really get to today, is that we have a fundamental duty to bring transparency back to our interactions in between each other, not just in person, but online as well. And we do that through modern standardization.
Thank you. Everybody had a presentation so far. I didn't have one. I would like to give a presentation. And then my words would be part of the presentation. Can I switch seats with you? Thank you so much. I know. And in addition to that, I have the worst slides of this entire session. No, I have it here.
But they're all black.
I can.
Open because otherwise we lose the webcam.
I just need the HDMI cable. I just need to connect the HDMI cable. Yeah, you just need the slides are so bad, then
So do you want to maybe summarize them instead of projecting them?
let me put it that way. The slides are here to remind me what I want to tell you. So they are this bad. So oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong slides. Do you see them? Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay.
So as Thomas is preparing the slides, just to let you know that at 6 p.m. today, 6 to 6:30 p.m., on the main stage, the big room, if you have been downstairs, we will be inviting all of the SDOs that are present here and also the speakers to come on stage so that we can launch the collaboration. So so that you know, in terms of planning the rest of your afternoon, please be sure to be in the main stage room between 6 and 6:30 to announce the highlight of this long day.
Perfect. We'll be sure to be there and support this important discussion. In the meantime, any questions so far on those amazing remarks that we have already heard? Oh, you're ready. So I'll pass it to Thomas. Question later.
Yeah, so very sorry about I had to do things before, and so we can see them. I try not to repeat so much that has been said, actually with much better slides and much better in terms of terminology. So you have text, audio, video, image data enabled, and you have standards for reliable exchange. They're used in billions of devices for consumers. They are actually in devices used by medical doctors. They are in devices used by the police. And there are quite a few critical applications. I was chair of the WHO ITU focus group on artificial intelligence for health. And the big topic was about cybersecurity in this area. And one way to do really good damage to a patient is to swap the image, for instance, the MRT, with something else, and the patient gets treated wrongly, for example. And then there's critical content, politically, economically, or medical, or other relevancy. And there's text. And then the most important thing, audio, video. I'm a video person myself. I was the editor of H.264 about 20 years ago now. And then you have critical transmission mechanisms like video conferencing, a company call where the CEO announces 75% layoff, and it's a fake call. That would be horrible. Or people calling their banks. An example Touradj mentioned, where bank wouldn't know is it them, and there's no authentication unless you go through some process. Social media, of course. So what I think is we probably need a solution for audio, video, speech, computer graphic that's real-time capable, and the problem will become worse with these vision glasses, etc. And what I'm talking about is only about authentication, not copyright protection. I have to say that these terms have been used quite a bit interchangeably. I think we should separate them. They're very different tasks. And I only think I can contribute to authentication. So it's based on what Touradj mentioned in JPEG, or what the colleagues at C2PA mentioned. It's you have a digital signature, you have a public-private key pair, you register the public key. That's one of the things that wasn't talked about. Where is the public key actually registered? And you create a digital certificate at a trusted authority, and then you digitally sign a data stream. Now, and then you receive the certificate, you use the public key, and then you can reproduce what was there. Now, the problem is with audio and video is you have the compressed representation and you have the decompressed representation. And in contrast to images where often it's one-to-one and there are no errors, here there can be errors. So you have a video conference, you use RTP, you lose a packet, you can still keep on decoding it, but the reconstructed, the decoded video will never look the same as the one that was encoded. And that difference carries on. So you have to apply all of these things in the compressed domain. So the principle, I don't want to go into it, but if you have it, then you get the Pope with or without fake. Now, one thing that's also important is in video, you have the camera that generates the content. Then there could be some filters applied, some modifications, but could all be real time. And then it could go through a transcoder for video conferencing, or it could go through a mixer for video calls. So when you're sitting in a call, Teams, for example, you have all these pictures. They are mixed together, mixed streams, right? If you want to authenticate all these streams, it may go through different entities that modify it. So these entities need to create a chain of custody that everything is correct. So I call it chain of custody. I thought that's a good relative term. Now, and this delivers what you guys called affirmative authenticity. And it works basically that A encrypts, creates the hash and encrypts, B validates, and then does the same, modifies and then encrypts its own hash. And one thing that I wanted to mention, if you want to have additional security, you could actually make A, B, and C, and all these operations, you can register them in the blockchain. So that would basically also make it verifiable in a separate path. We created a new activity in study group 16 of ITOT. It's called, the work item is called h.mmauth. And you might now know why it's, the other is called h.264 and whatever. We have h. and then something. For authentication of multimedia content. And it's supposed to deliver what you guys have just been talking about. One thing that we, again, didn't talk about is where the public keys are registered to make this a trustworthy process. So there are a number of things that relate to multimedia when you have video, audio, and speech, for example. You have these, they're all following ITU, ISO IC standards when it comes to standards. So the saying about 14 different standards, I don't think so. In this case, we actually have a limited number of standards, and there are generations of standards, and we have developed them all together in SC29. And by the way, the J in JPEG is also an ITU J, and I'm actually the person receiving Touradj's specifications and processing them on the ITU side. So anyway, so when you have a stream of video, audio, and captions, they are synchronized. And you need to make sure that you're within bitstream encryption, hashing and encryption actually follows the synchronization pattern, that they are attached to each other. Then you might want to be able to cut them into different pieces, if it's offline content, for example, or you mix them. So you need to be able to basically get worked out how to do this in the bitstream so that the hash is verifiable with temporal consistency, and so on. And moving on, so here's an example of how complicated this could be. There's also scalable video with different qualities. That's currently used in video conferencing quite a bit. And also you have different quality layers that you need to protect separately. So much more details. I know this is the most geeky presentation, but I want to get across how complicated this is. And I wanted to convey the message that I believe C2PA, JPEG Trust are great work. But what we need to do now is to integrate these technologies that exist deep down into the video, audio, and speech codecs. They have to go down, they have to fulfill all the requirements that we need to be able to decode, to be able to segment them, to mix them, to transcode, etc. And ITU has created, study group 16 has created a work item for it, and we are committed to do it.
Thank you, Thomas. And actually, you're setting the stage for my next question, which is, we have heard a lot of work has already been done. And we have heard you, Andrew, saying that there is a lot that can be reused from past technology and past standards that are still relevant today. And the world is complex, Thomas. We see, we understand. And therefore, my next question is, which are the important missing bits that we now need to start to work together to coordinate and synchronize what already there and what still needs to be done in order to get to a reality where these content authenticity, provenance, trust, certification can become real and trusted from a user perspective.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think what we heard today is certainly the detection technology is difficult because it's a cat and mouse problem and requires significant resources to do those detection mechanisms. So we need to think about that area of combating deepfakes. And the other one is in terms of watermarking. How do we watermark everything? And Thomas added to how do we get also watermarking into the encoding, deep down into the encoding, decoding mechanisms, whether it's audio, video, etc. So I think those are two areas from a technology perspective and standards that we together collectively need to work on. More in terms of the process, what was missing before today is the fact that we all are sitting around this table. And hopefully this dialogue and this collaboration continues so that we can plug all the, I think you, John, you mentioned the puzzle. So all the pieces of the puzzle come together. Thank you.
Yeah, so I agree. I think this is a major step forward. And I think that piece bringing audio, video, speech was missing. I'm also very skeptical about watermarking. I was around a watermarking PhD thesis 25 years ago, and it increases bitrate. I saw from your presentation it could have a special use of re-identifying unless it's destroyed. It's so easily destroyed by recompressing. So I think this digital designing applied to everything that is worth protecting is the way to go to get this authenticity working. The other things, I also see them as useful. For instance, deepfakes, we should keep on detecting them as long as we can detect them, because I believe that there will be this time, I think it's maybe already here, that there are videos that are deepfakes when we don't know they are deepfakes and it's undetectable. So this is a discipline that will end at some point, but for the time being, we probably should have it around at least.
Yeah, well, I have some sympathy for people, down the queue, because they have to basically repeat everything or agree with everything which has been said. So I'm going to be brief and focus on two things only. The very first one, which has been mentioned in the previous session, was about certification. And I think Touradj mentioned it. Certification is important. If you have standards, but no means to verify them, what we call conformity assessment, also, they are kind of worthless. So I think this is really an important area where probably we need to work together. And the IC, for instance, we operate a conformity assessment system. We have a lot of experience there that we can certainly bring to the table. The second thing, which is probably less technical, and probably hearing Thomas' presentation, we all realize this is a complex topic, more education, especially when reaching out to different types of stakeholders and also to the large public. I think, Andrew, you were right. Well, we need much more education, and that's probably also a task for us collectively to enhance.
So I'm going to disagree with two of my previous panelists just to make it interesting. I'm going to disagree with you that I have to agree with everybody. And I'll have a slight disagreement with Thomas, which is to say, kind of the point of my previous presentation was explicitly to say that any single one approach that we have isn't bulletproof and doesn't work on its own. And the watermarks fulfill a role, but they don't do everything. And it's the same with digital signatures. If we do it in the standard X509 way that we've had now for far too long, honestly, those also don't solve all the problems and have horrible buffering and bitrate and implications and all sorts of other stuff. So I think on the technical side, the technical manifestation of what we're doing here, getting multimodal approaches is essential. So making sure that people don't just bite their teeth into one shiny toy and think it's going to solve everything. We've got to have these things working together. So then on the, what's actually missing? I think there's some urgency missing, actually. I think we all think about this stuff. We like to talk about it. But while I think what we're doing here is exceptionally valuable, actually, from most of the outside world, we still look like a solution looking for a problem. And I think having a proper, not panic, everything's terrible because of AI, but a really concerted idea of these implications are really serious. So we're going to solve that. We had lots about use cases today, right? But actually codifying those use cases and saying, actually, we really care about stopping fake robot bank calls that steal your voice and empty your bank account. We really care about political interference. We're going to put some of the social media stuff on the back burner because sure, it matters and we'll solve it later, but it's not the first thing. And I think that getting some urgency and getting some formality around that urgency would really help to actually get us deployed and get running.
So two things I think that certainly there are things that we have been working that have been worked on for a while. They're not new areas, but need more and more investment. So the first one, following on what John was just saying around education, is around user experience. We have to educate users, but we want to educate them on things that are simple and easy and logical and make sense rather than trying to teach them technical bits and bobs and such. So, we need to have a common experience, and you see many of us are wearing our CR pins is, a start, but it is far from the end result. There's much more that needs to be done and to dive into that to help users understand. So that's one. The other one is a very difficult problem and one that people have been trying to solve for decades that we don't have a great worldwide solution for that we will need, and that's identity. Who are you? Who do you represent? The EU has done work with that, with the EUTL. That's great for the European Union, and I was part of that, but it doesn't help the United States. It doesn't help Africa. So how do we deal with that as a worldwide problem?
Everybody took my stuff, so I'm going to say reputation management, because the way you get your information today is off of a social network from someone that you have never met and probably never heard of before. Is that person trustworthy? Should you believe them? What are the trust indicators necessary to know that a complete stranger is likely to be telling you the truth versus not the truth? We have to move further afield from transparency into reputation management itself so that you can tell from things like connected graphs whether or not this person is trusted by people that you trust.
So I think at ISO Central Secretariat, every time we have the opportunity to be together with technical experts, it's very humbling because we see how important it is to have this engaged, committed technical community that really works hard and are dedicating their time, that large extent are volunteering time that they are dedicating to that. So I think what's missing is or what we need to do more at the level of ISO is actually how do we help them, how we support them to have the tools to be faster in the process of consensus building. And then, which is the big, it's what takes most of the time to develop the standards. It's to develop a standard usually in average takes between 18 months and 4 years. It's what's the difference there is how many rounds you do of consensus building there. It's in helping that process through technology, but also it's providing services secretariat, facilitating capacity of execution. It's something that from the ISO system, we really are committed to try to facilitate the lives of the experts, because we all know about NVIDIA. It's one of the big innovations of NVIDIA at the beginning was not about the technical. Actually, it took 18 months to design a chip. They managed to, instead of doing sequential, to do in parallel every 6 months. It's how can we do that with standards? How can we accelerate the process of developing standards without compromising the due process of consensus building to ensure global relevance? That's one point. And I think I'll save my other one for the next one, because otherwise these guys will steal the next one. I have nothing else to say. I'll save for the last one.
I love that, Silvio. And I love also the comment in this panel. It's a multidimensional and is a problem that requires different competence from communication to technical, different technical fields coming together to help to push the standard together. So for the last round of question here on the panel, and then I'll open to the audience, is what's next? We have heard what we have, what we're missing, and how do we move it forward? Also following up on what Silvio has just said, and how do we make it fast and a continuous and iterative process?
Thank you. So to answer the question, maybe I'll start with a bit of the context of this week. On Wednesday, we had the AI Governance Day with 45 ministers of digital and ICT, many from developing countries, 25 telecom regulators, and 100 other UN heads of UN bodies, private sector, and social society. From 9 in the morning until 2 p.m., we talked about AI governance in a closed room where each table had a representative from these categories that I mentioned. Deepfakes was one of the big topics in terms of AI governance. And when you talk to people at the ministerial level, people who are making policies, they don't know all the details of what C2PA has been working on and IETF has been working on and all of our SDOs have been working on. So it's important that we raise the awareness of what's happening here. The other element of it is that in order to govern, you need some tools to implement the policy. And so those tools are standards. And at the end of the governance day in the afternoon, we had a readout of all of the discussions on the main stage. We had a panel of ISO, IEC, and ITU leaders, ITU-T, that I moderated. At the end of that panel, I asked the three leaders, will you commit in front of the 3,000 people that ISO, IEC, and ITU will coordinate AI standards going forward so that the governance of AI can refer to our work? And the three took a little pause, but then said, of course. I mean, this is something that's why we have the world standards cooperation. On Thursday, yesterday, we had a 2-hour standards roundtable where we extended the invitation to companies, to governments, and to other SDOs like IEEE and others to really start talking about AI standards in general. Each one what they're doing from China, US, Switzerland, and also UN partners. And they found at the end of the 2 hours that roundtable was very useful for cutting across all the AI standards and continuing that dialogue going forward. And today, Friday, we have the deep dive on the deepfakes. We started at 9 a.m. You masterfully moderated many of the sessions. The speakers were fantastic in sharing what's happening, what's missing, and how do we go forward. So since last week, we've been having calls to prepare for today, and we thought of the next steps together. And we collectively agreed that this collaboration on watermarking and multimedia authenticity is something that would be very useful to continue in an international platform so that the policymakers are aware of what we are doing and they can reference our standards that we collectively are implementing. So at 6 p.m. today, the invitation is to all the standards colleagues, also all the speakers that were in the sessions today, to join us on the main stage where we could announce this collaboration on standards to deal with deepfakes going forward. Thank you.
Amazing. I don't have this big strategic view. I have a more practical view. I think next year around this time, we will be at a very serious stage of the standardization of this. We will finish it up until the end of next year. And in 2 years at AI for Good, the majority of smartphones and cameras will have the authentication button set by default on. That's why yes, that's what we should aim for. Yeah, and then we can assume everything that's not authenticated is fake.
So I hope I'm not I'm not gonna, steal your ideas, but I don't know what it is. So yeah. Anyway, no, no more seriously. I think Bilel summarized very well the next steps. Just two quick remarks. I think this was a very useful session. When I joined the IC probably almost 9 years ago, in those kind of panels, when you had different SDOs, they were always talking about collaboration, but my standard is always better than yours, and that was a little bit the kind of typical illness we collectively had. And I think through the years we have seen a lot of really improvement, and I think this is a testimonial that we can really work all together, for global good. The other observation is, well, Silvio pointed out to the kind of a long process to develop standards. Of course, consensus building takes time, and we are very often accused of not being flexible enough. But again, I think this was a little bit of a counterproof when Bilel approached us a couple of weeks back to talk about these initiatives, to come together. Our first reaction, to be very honest, well, great initiative, but it's going to take iterations to discuss with all, different governance bodies. And well, now come on, we're not going to be ready in 2 weeks' time. And here we are. And during the day today, we agreed on the communique, all of us. So I think that's also a testimonial that we can be flexible and we can be collaborative.
That's good. So I'm not going to repeat or this time disagree with anything that's gone before. I think it's an optimistic but very possible view that we can do that. But the point I wanted to make, rather than sort of have this idea that we've spent the last 2 hours painting the rainbow and now we present the pot of gold, although we're somewhere towards that. What's next is a lot of work. I mean, let's not underestimate it. Standardizing things. I don't know how many of you here are sort of regulators or policymakers or lawyers, but just the same as it's very difficult to understand in a large document whether one occurrence of the word transparent means the same as a different one, or whether you can read it in from something in the informative preamble. We have exactly the same problem in the technology standard space. We argue over words all the time, and it is critically important to get them right. And have all the semantics ironed out and everything else. So while the will, I think, absolutely is way better and more advanced than it has been in the past, and we are making great progress, that doesn't stop it being hard. And so whatever other people joining and joining in and helping with that is really going to be helpful. So that's what I think is ahead of us.
Couldn't have said it better. So from my perspective, in addition to what you just said, John, I think, I look forward to not sleeping for the next couple of years, in order to continue to drive this effort, from our work at C2PA into the larger, international effort that it will become. And I for one look forward to it and involving, more people, more organizations, more use cases. That's where we started, back in 2020 and 2021 with grand visions. And, I think this is a huge, I can't express myself to say how wonderful this is to see that, well, we're all getting together on that platform to say, yes, world, this is as important as you thought it was.
Yeah, I think what comes next is definitely all of the work that we have to do, but more importantly, y'all. It's not going to do any good if we produce the best standards in the world and they are not adopted and they are not used, right? So how do we carry that message to legislators? How do we carry that message to policy manufacturers so that the work that these great institutions do is actually applied and utilizable out in the real world?
So that's a great segue to the point that I had before, which is about the mechanism of the national adoptions. It's like our 3 organizations, by having the national members, it's like all these national members have the possibility to take this international standard, adopt nationally, which then becomes a reference for the regulators. Regulators very rarely will make a reference to international standards. They'll make a reference to the local ones. So work with our national members to accelerate the process for the national adoption where relevant, not everywhere, right? It's one step here. But in asking your point about what's next, in addition to this one, I think all of us have heard probably the professors Stuart Russell this week. It's like, I think what's next is that actually we need to develop a framework and a constellation ecosystem that will support AI and the safety of AI as effective as we have for the air travel, for nuclear energy, or the pharma industry. It's like actually none of those sectors have a single institution, a single treaty, a single law, a single anything that makes it work. Actually, it's the combination with many flaws, with many shortcomings. It's like it's an agile system, not agile, it's a continuously improving system. But it works. Actually, we jump on airplanes and we are not, some people are freaking out, but most people are feeling safe, right? It's like, actually, it is possible. It's equally complex as AI. This morning I was listening to an podcast about the beginning, the Roland Garros, who was the first air pilot in France. It's like, at that time, it was crazy dangerous to fly. 1911 was crazy dangerous to fly airplanes made of soya and bamboos, soya sheet and bamboos. It's like actually, and we developed that industry where everyone is safe now using it. It's like we can do the same thing for AI. Standards play a role there. It's not the silver bullet. It's not the only thing. And we work together with the other stakeholders to make that work. Thank you.
Well said, Silvio. And also, you have elevated us to not only deepfake and misinformation, but the whole world of generative AI and AI in general, which requires also a lot of other standards and many other standards in the different way we'll use this technology. But I would like to open up to the room. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to address. Yes. Please, here we go. Sticking with us for the whole day.
Maurice Turner, TikTok. Question about prioritization, and I'll give you sort of a hard or an easy question, and I'll add a little hard part to it. When considering watermarking, metadata, and digital signatures, how should platforms prioritize those? That'd be the hard part. And then if you want the easy part, which one should come first?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's fine. So, you know, I'll give my perspective. So as I said in my talk, we started with, and we still believe is the building block, is that content credential. That's the provenance. That provenance is the same provenance regardless of whether you find it embedded in an asset, you find it by dereferencing a watermark, or you find it by doing some sort of similarity lookup. So at the end of the day, it's all about the provenance. And so it's the digital signatures, it's the expression of the assertions and the claim and all of that. Secondarily is then where you stick it. Do you embed it? Do you put it on a blockchain? Do you stick it on a server? And that's, so, you know, do you connect it to a watermark? So you have to start with provenance. That there's no question, you have to start with that, and then we can build out from there.
John, do you have an addition?
Yeah, so I'm gonna, if you want to give us hard questions, I'm going to give you hard answers. It depends, I think. So, obviously, you know, I agree with Leonard, and I've spent the rest of the afternoon talking about three-legged stools. So, kind of, you know, prioritize them all a bit and grow. But it really depends on your circumstances. So, if you have centralized distribution and you are just TikTok and you've got the app, you've got all of those other protections, you've got the luxury of having a protected and reliable pipe to your users, that changes the equation significantly from if you're a supply chain organization or if you're a gallery or whatever, where you're really worried about people injecting fakes into your systems because you've got no other way of checking it, or you're really worried about supply chain hacking and spoofs, or the example that Thomas showed. Then you need to have that sort of the remote and things like the fingerprinting and the ledgers or blockchain and stuff becomes much more important. So unfortunately, it does really depend. But I think all three together is best. And otherwise, you can just draw a nice spider chart of which is more appropriate to your use case.
Thank you, John. So then we have another question here.
Hi, my name is Micah Ramon. I'm a professor and the head of the Applied Face Cognition Lab. I sat in the morning already, and Helena said something about the user perspective of we can't put the onus on people who are already suffering through socioeconomical hardship, et cetera, to educate themselves on how to detect these things, et cetera. And two of you also said that, you know, more effort should be invested into educating people to become, I guess, more AI literate or whatever. As a researcher and scientist, we've been having discussions about how to do so effectively. And I wonder what new ways, I'm just gonna wait a second. So everyone knows. Okay, so I'm wondering, like, what are new or novel ways of educating members of society, lay people, that you think about that maybe we haven't, or that you haven't seen adopted yet?
I would love to take that. So we are spending $500 million on user education out of C2PA in the next few months. And an awful lot of that is going towards working with our friends who are already engaged and want to do this in the news media, right? I talk about my grandmother all the time, and these people are getting very tired of hearing about her. She watches 60 Minutes. I want 60 Minutes to be talking about this because it gets directly to that consumer audience, right? This isn't a case of education where we have to figure out how to reach the audience. The audience is already reachable. It's how do we teach them in ways that they can comprehend and that make sense. The other thing we have to do is make sure that our UI and UX is on point and understandable to folks so that when they see that, they actually know what it means, and more importantly, what it doesn't mean. And I think that's probably the harder problem that we have to deal with in education, is this huge difference between traceability, truth, and trust, and the fact that those words are not the same. And none of the technologies that we have talked about today promises you truth. We can give you transparency, we can give you indicators for trust. None of us up here can promise to give anyone truth, and convincing people of that is going to be the hardest educational lift that we have.
I'd love to learn more about the actual details of it,
Okay,
especially because the
please.
experiential factor is the important thing that I think we talked about.
Yeah, I will spend a really long time, probably longer than you want me to talk about this later.
Very good. One more question.
Thank you for your presentations. My question is about the education part. Is we all know that there is an education part between different states and different development states. Maybe the views that we are hearing now, they come from one side, whether we like it or not. There is a second side, and actually it's a majority of states. It's not only minority of states. So how can we use AI actually to not enforce more the digital gap? We're even talking about AI. AI is like one small example. We already have a very big digital gap between states. And this is one of the political debates that are gonna need to be fixed. And AI is gonna be part of that. So how do you think AI could be used or leveraged to make so?
And maybe I'll add on your question, tapping into the aspect of standardization. Are we thinking if those standards that can be sound amazing for a country in Europe or here in Switzerland or in the US, could they become or worsening the digital gap that we have because maybe are too complex or they require too much energy to be consumed from some countries that have less accessibility to technology? And I don't know if this builds well. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful question. And actually, when I'll give you some background because it was, this question is something that hadn't really hit me till we started our efforts at C2PA. And Sam in the back of the room was a big instrument in helping us understand this, which is exactly the question you asked, which is, you know, can you build a standard? Is it, and not only technically, but philosophically, you know, socioeconomically. So when we started, we put together a series, we have a statement that says that these are our core requirements, our core, and one of those is that our standard has to be usable by anybody around the world, whether they have connections to the internet or not, whether they have the latest devices or not, you know, no matter where they are technologically. So every decision we've made, and I'm just, is with those thoughts in mind. And I'm not saying we're perfect. There are probably places we didn't get that right. But my point is that the way to do it is to have those statements up front and to always make sure that as you're making every decision you make throughout the technical standardization process, you ask yourselves those questions to make sure you're not widening the digital divide, the digital gap. So I 100% agree.
Super. I think we have no further questions. Oh, yes, we do. So, no.
Annoying last question. Hi, I'm Sal. I'm a VC in the room, but I'm very interested in taking the right course for AI for humanity. So you talked about blockchain earlier, and you talked about identification. Point was made around Europe. We know that Sam Altman is the founder of a company called WorldCoin, which is doing ID on the blockchain. That obviously brings one element to the table around politics and whatnot. But what are your thoughts around, that point, identification, proof of humanity, identification, provenance, and the blockchain, how this can play out across the ecosystem?
Yeah, I'll have a go at that. So as a former governing board member of Hyperledger, I have an opinion on that. So it's an interesting question, what identity means at all, right? So proof of humanity is one thing. You can get your ETH ID if you want to do that. I think if we cut it all back, what you get from blockchains or digital ledgers or immutable, provable, verifiable data structures is an irrevocability of a statement. This comes a little bit to your question. If you have a statement that says the car is green, that does not mean that the car is green, but it starts to very strongly tie people to be accountable for their words, because what it actually says is, John said the car's green. And if you then find out it isn't, well, I can't unsay it anymore. And so I'm not going to even attempt, I'm also a I was at ID 2020 in New York, where I'm not going to try and say what an identity is, because me, the person, versus me, the rower, versus me, the tech guy, versus representing my company are all different. And that's semantic soup I don't want to get into. But the critical thing, which is really important, is that if we can start holding people accountable for the interactions that they have online, no matter what persona it is that they are representing, we cut out a huge amount of the silly stuff. We cut out a huge amount of the excess weight of things like litigation and arguing over whose timestamp was better than whose, or whether you actually fulfilled your e-discovery requests or not. And we can concentrate our hard effort, which will remain with our real lawyers and our real investigators and our real security people, on the remaining smaller head of genuine criminal or otherwise wrong activity. So it's a little not quite a direct answer to your question, but the idea of having verifiable, irrevocable, unshreddable, untamperable statements on what I mean by my identity when I'm convincing you to do something is huge. And that technology works today, whether it's Sam Altman's company or my own, that works today. We can do that. So
thank you, John. And I think we are running out of time and we need to conclude. So last word to Bilel.
So just hot off the press, we just finished the press conference of the AI for Good Summit. We're pleased to say that the media was applauding each of the demos, and media never claps in press conferences. So this is a first. The other thing is that we had a tweet sent by a brain-to-machine interface to President Macron, and he responded. And that has gone viral on social media. Just to hot off the press from our media guys. Thank you. So with that, I think I'd like to thank you on behalf of everyone for moderating such a great day. Alessandra, really amazing work. And conclude this workshop and invite you all to the main stage. There is a very interesting talks going on now, and at 6 p.m. we will be announcing our collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you.